From Chicago to Boston, Midwest to the East Coast, and this island in the Caribbean known as Puerto Rico is why the bars are lethal. Got me going beast mode in this game called life. You better know some cheat codes. Il Divino's back, someone let the streets know. 6 shots for the folks and 5 shots for my peoples. I think it's high time we all have a sit down. Can we all agree the game is gone to shit now? Like the fall of Rome, the death of Romulus, history repeating itself if you know it's obvious. If you had your head inside of a book instead of binoculars, you'd be able to see without a pair of binoculars. Our tax dollars being spent towards the damn omnibus, but the rich stay rich, commoners remain commoners. The tentacles and everything like a damn octopus. Mass media, mass hysteria, how they control the populace. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Living in the shy, can't let them catch me snoozing. Dudes be shooting just for the amusement. I refuse to be a victim, never be a loosen. When your city is a war zone, who gives a fuck about Putin? And there ain't nothing safe about the safety act. There's more safety in being strapped. They should choose you, shoot back. Those odds are better than getting caught laying on your back. Don't believe me, check the stats. I'm just bringing you the facts. With my hand on the Bible, I swear to rap the truth. Almighty God, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. My people perish for lack of knowledge. My knowledge I share with you. There's nothing we can't accomplish. One head ain't better than two. That's the purpose of a democratic republic. Discussion on every subject, in truth, logic, and reason, till we reach an agreement. A nation under God is how the states united. Got out of the picture, look how gradually we divided. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone lives in fear around me. The truth will set you free. Quick shout out to Elon Musk.
Arrogance is the primary ingredient that will make you assume you can take action without God. Arrogance. That's actually what it is. You think you got this and you know more than God. That's why your drift turns into a swerve.
Thank God for this day. Hey, you're not promised tomorrow. Realize your life is borrowed, so say what you gotta say. Hey, get it all off your chest. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that what Twitter's for? Clout. And all these other platforms. Followers who has more. You have found your reward. Matter of fact, engage some more, and for sure you'll find yourself in these social media wars. Oh Lord, let's talk about it. You be about it, I be about it. So relying on social media, how would you be without it? Non-existent, your entire system would just be a flop if y'all don't listen and got no vision. How could you reach the top? Twitter fingers like a ninja, stay mass, move fast, you would know who hit ya. Cut you and split ya, causing division, moving on in you like a temporal pincer. Trying to paint the perfect picture, write lyrics like the holy scriptures. Even profound, you're feeling me now. After hearing the sound, you're hearing me now. Coming for the facts, now lose track, got me think that this couldn't be more crazy. If I take it back to the very act, you were talking smack when you actually thought you played me. Tell me who's true, there's only a few. Keep me in tune while seeking the truth. Salute to the crew, I'm paying my dues. Be sure to give credit where credit is due. Thank God for this day. Hey, you're not promised tomorrow. Realize your life is borrowed, so say what you gotta say. Hey, get it all off your chest. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that what Twitter's for? Clout. And all these other platforms. Followers who has more. You have found your reward. Matter of fact, engage some more, and for sure you'll find yourself in these social media wars. Oh Lord.
Media is just like syphilis, wholesome wickedness, tearing folks down who bore witness to the passions of the movies that they love, to the director who rose up above, the hatred, the jealousy of those who was friendly, who turned into some of the worst of our enemies. A disgrace when your smiles in our face, doing that for only the clout that you chase. It's too late. Fruit of your labor was laced with a poison that most of you clowns couldn't taste. We know who you are, so fake the funk if you want. Make all your videos, cause we know you're a chump. You try to divide, but we was wise to your lies. We testify that you were snakes in disguise. And don't depend on those little simps on your side. They only live off the drama you provide.
Thank God for this day. Hey, you're not promised tomorrow. Realize your life is borrowed, so say what you gotta say. Hey, get it all off your chest. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that what Twitter's for? Clout. In all these other platforms, followers who has more. You have found your reward. Matter of fact, engage some more, and for sure you'll find yourself in these social media wars. Who would've thought there'd ever be a Muslim-Christian connection? Welcome to America, the saint, the kingdom of heaven. Two brethren with reverence to the Most High, keeping them strengthened. Counting up blessings in a time where there's division and tension. From the streets to these tweets, the people keep on wildin'. Violence keeps on rising in every single environment. So I pray for God's love to pour out and assalamu alaikum. But take my kindness for weakness, then you're sadly mistaken. I'm just like David, fighting off wars, bears.
We going up, shit going down. We lighting them up, you best hit the ground. Shooting them up, one after round. When there's blood in the air, you better not dare to come around town. Father, please forgive me, have mercy on my soul. Fools keep trying to test me and I will never fold. It's the way that Wendy raised me, the city of the gold. Load 'em up and let 'em go, load 'em up and let 'em go, load 'em up and let 'em fly.
Yo, 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 you know what it is. It's your boy Odavino Vega. This is the Chop Shop. It's been a minute trying to get things organized here. Technical difficulties here and what have you. Life. But we here, we back, and there's a lot to discuss. I know I said I'm going to try and do separate segments per day that I go live of Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but these past couple weeks been kind of hard to actually meet that goal. So for the sake of the fact that I've been passed on a lot of discussions, I'm going to try and kind of go through a few of the talking points and discussions I planned on these past couple of days. And I'm going to try and keep it as short as possible, but you know how it goes here. Sometimes we just go further than we intend to, but we'll see how it goes today. Like I said, just a lot to touch on. And it's I'm even I was even having a hard time, man, what should I discuss first? Because there's so much to discuss. But I'm almost thinking what I want to do. I'm going to start off with let's start off with actually a few things that I'd missed on the last discussion. That's what I'll start off with. Last time I went live, I had the homie Pin on, and we were talking about pretty much the movie slate for this year, of movies that are coming out. And I will say there's a few we actually missed. We got the homie Edwin in the building. He said, yo, good evening, everyone. And don't forget, oh, Jesus. Hey, God bless America for sure. My guy. Jesus. Damn, G, what's good with that long ass intro? You know what? It gives me enough time to kind of regulate and get things situated on mine, since I'm technically doing everything by myself, hands-on the technical side of things, banners, everything you see showing up on the screen. It's all me, man. So, cut me some slack. But that intro gives me enough time to kind of just get everything ready so that when we go live and we're here talking direct, everything kind of just runs smoother than if I wasn't prepared and just all over the place. So that's what that's what that long ass intro is about. But I appreciate you stopping by, brother, for sure. A lot to discuss. Like I said, I'm gonna just cover some of this movie talk for a quick minute. We're gonna hop on to my man. Appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna talk a few things sports. And kind of some controversies culturally around that, and then get into the politics side of things. I think it's gonna all kind of just flow. You know what? Actually, you know what? Yeah. So let's go ahead and start with this movie stuff. Um, so I want to say last time we talked about this, one of the movies that I don't know why somehow just eluded me. Um, but for some reason I forgot to mention, I think it was He-Man and like Super Mario Bros. And hold on, let me see where I had it here. Boom, no, that ain't it. Boom, here we go. It was like He-Man, Super Mario Bros. And I'm like, hold on, how am I missing this? Because it's technically like, big blockbuster movie. So I was kind of shocked that I actually missed that one. Hold on, but I'm gonna get the list out here for you guys because it's kind of thought it was interesting to discuss because there's a few reasons why we're discussing this. Um, the talk right now is the theater dead? You know what I'm saying? Like, are we truly living in a time where people are no longer interested in going to go see movies in the theater? Is it all streaming? Are there any movies worth watching in the theaters anymore? Are movies even worth watching? Period. You know what I'm saying? Due to, I don't know, I guess kind of just some of the crap that's kind of gets put out there. I ain't gonna listen. Some movies out there really aren't worth it. Um, but there are some honorable mentions, I would say. Um, I went to go see that Hail Mary Project movie. I didn't even know it was based on a real book, or not a real book. That it was based on a book, which was interesting to find out. And so I have no idea if it's anything relative to um the, like, how close it is to the book or not. The reason I'm mentioning it though is because it is really worth the mention because it technically is an Apple movie, I guess. It's and seeing that it's doing well in theater, it just goes to show. The reason I'm bringing this up, I think, and I should have brought up the numbers, but the last I checked, it was doing pretty decent. And again, it just goes to show that, look, like, I think these movies that are made by streaming platforms, probably for the streaming platform, doesn't mean that there isn't a space for them in the theaters, right? So I do love when you see Apple, whether it's Apple, whether it's Amazon via MGM, and then even Netflix take swings, man, and make these movies for the theatrical experience as well. Which obviously, Netflix, they've been really, and I don't blame them. Look, their bread and butter isn't streaming. They are the streaming king. We all know that. It is what it is. But it's like, bro, I need them to just take bigger swings when it comes to this theatrical stuff. Obviously, I know that there's like contracts and things that go behind that, and negotiations and deals that are made. So I don't know. Maybe they haven't come across a decent enough deal to go hard on the theatrical releases. And that is the shady part, or the grind, or the doggy dog world of I guess showbiz, for that matter. But I mentioned this because, again, I went to go see this in theater. I had no idea that it was based off a book. I had no idea that it was Apple. But it turns out that it is. And I gotta say, man, like, it really is a good movie. I enjoyed it theatrically. It's not action packed. There are some sequences that are, I guess you could say, can give you a thrill. Like, it's kind of, the anxiety of things, like, type of thing, like, are they gonna make it? He's gonna make it, whatever type of scenarios. That's as about as actiony as it gets, but so it's like long-winded in dialogue. Some scenes are probably like too much longer than they need to be, but for the most part, it was an enjoyable movie. I laughed. I, almost got teary-eyed there a couple moments. Like I said, there are moments where I'm like, oh man, what's going on? And I will say, even I'm gonna say that. I'm just gonna end it there. I don't want to give away too much of the movie. I was about to say something that I think would give away something that maybe is better for a surprise if you go watch this movie in theater, or even if you watch, just wait for it to come out on Apple. But um, it's a movie worth the watch. Um, but again, that was Apple taking a big swing. Project Hail Mary, not Hail Mary Project Hail Mary. It's got Ryan Gosling in it. So it's an Andy Weir novel, apparently, an adaptation of it. Again, great film. I recommend it. Um, Apparently, so what I am seeing here now, as far as Universal is concerned, a lot of good movies coming out from Universal. Um, like I said, I don't know how I missed. Maybe I did touch on Super Mario Galaxy movie. But hold on, almost forgot something here, guys. Da, 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 da. So what I want to start doing, boom, let's do that. Let's do this, boom, bam. So some of the top movies we're going to be seeing this year, right? And we're going somewhere with this, so just bear with me here. I'm going to discuss some of these movies coming out, but there are some two major movies that I think are going to be the highlight of the year. That are definitely, well, three major movies, and I mentioned them the last time, but it's not to actually take away. Like I think Super Mario Galaxy movie for Universal is going to be great. I think it's April 1 or 3rd, 1st or 3rd. Wait, either it's coming out. No, it's coming out April 3rd, I think is when it's coming out. So this Friday it's coming out. I think that's going to do well. I'm going to probably go watch it. I like the first one. The first one was funny, great, a lot of action, good story plot. Again, if you're a fan of that world, it was great to watch. So that's a must see, I think, in my opinion. This Friday, go check it out. They got Minions 3. That's obviously going to be a home run hit. Minions 3 never misses, or Minions never miss. It's again, whether you're a fan of the Despicable franchise, the Minions, right? Like this is it. Illumination doing their thing. I think Hunger Games: Sunrise of the I will say I think that's going to do good in theaters as well, but I'm not so sure because I'm like, man, it feels like so there's actually a few movies that are tied to like major franchises, but I'm like, it's gonna take a lot to get that momentum back. That whatever momentum you had when you first released your franchise cinematically, that I feel like you have to kind of try and win back. So I don't know. There's got to be a way that they market these movies properly. Hunger Games being one of them. Maybe find a way to air them on TV or via streaming platforms so people get reacquainted with that franchise. And then boom, leading to the release or the release date of when it appears in theaters, which I believe is November 20th. Minions 3, by the way, is July 1st, so that's going to be an interesting week. But November is when Hunger Games: Sunrise on the Reaping comes out. It's pretty much going to be a prequel to the original Hunger Game films. I will say, I'm kind of talking smack when I say that. I'm not so sure if it has the same momentum because I feel like when I was in theater and I saw that trailer pop out, a lot of people were actually interested in that movie. Or you can hear the talking, the happening in the theater, as well as the group that I was with, the people I was with when I saw that trailer. So I think that'll be a good movie. And obviously, I think this is going to be Universal's biggest hit. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I mean, it might be either, maybe Super Mario's or Minions 3, but in my opinion, I think it's going to be the Odyssey. For sure, by far, my bias is, leaning in that direction. And I only say, I say it's the Odyssey, and that's I think it's actually Lionsgate, but they're partner. They're partnered with Universal, if I'm correct. But it's definitely the Odyssey. Again, Christopher Nolan, you top tier director of our lifetime. I just don't see him missing. He never does. Even for people that have their their critiques of certain films, Tenet being one of them, I guess. I personally love Tenet. I I don't have the same issue many others have. I think after seeing it a few times, I was like, okay, I get it. We're not going to get into that conversation. It's kind of like another rabbit hole there. But I believe the Odyssey, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, starring Matt Damon. You know, I don't see that one missing. Personally, one of my favorites of this year that I'm anticipating to watch. Like if there is a movie I must watch in theater, it is for sure that one. Or that's one of them I would say. As far as the other ones that I mentioned, I want to watch Super Mario's in theater. Not pressed on it, but I want to. Same thing with not Minions. Minions I can kind of waited on that. Hunger Games I'd probably like to see that in theater too. If not though, I won't be disappointed in myself. The Odyssey, if I don't watch that in theater, I'll be disappointed in myself like 100%. Definitely excited to see that one. What else we got here in this movie slates for this year? So that was Universal via Lionsgate via Universal in general, but part of their slate. Let's see. Amazon, MGM Studios, I would say for me personally, that Masters of the Universe trailer. Hold on, almost forgot. The Odyssey, for those who are interested in watching it, it comes out. It's supposed to come out this summer. I'm not sure why I don't see a date yet. I'm not sure if they have a date yet, but it's supposed to come out this summer. So if somebody knows the date to that, please put it in the comment section. I'll be sure to check it out. Yo, we got Mr. J in the comment section, bro. Appreciate you sliding through. Salute to you, my brother. Just here talking movies right quick. There's going to be plenty of things that we're going to discuss via our, chopping it up about things, you know what I'm saying? But right now we're starting with cinema, movies, of course. Just highlighting some of my, I guess you could say, movies that I'm anticipating to go see in theater, as well as those that I have seen in theater, or even streaming for that matter. I want to keep it just to the theater. I want to focus on that because I think I want to get to this comment Ryan Gosling making. Matter of fact, I should have said it when I was talking about Project Hail Mary. Now I'll discuss it now. So why I'm focusing on the theater aspect. But he made an interesting point, and obviously this discussion of the, is the theater form dying, or, I think even like Timothy Chalamet's made a comment about this recently too, about the certain art forms that kind of, come and go, whatever, blah, blah. He kind of got some heat for it. I don't know why. It's a logical discussion to be had. But Ryan Gosling said something that I was like, you know what? That's true. And I've seen other people make this kind of comment too. So it's not even to say it's only him. But essentially it's like, make a good movie and people will go see it in theaters. If you make something interesting enough to get people out their seats or off their couches, out of their homes, out of their four walls, and go see the sunlight, go touch some grass, go out on the street, go walk on the sidewalk and get to the theater, they'll do it if the movie calls for it. So that was a pretty good statement on his behalf, I would say. So kudos to him on that. And hence why I'm focusing on movies that I'm interested in seeing in theater. I will say, though, there are definitely movies that are worth the watch even on streaming that are coming out, but I'm focusing on theaters for now. But again, the Odyssey comes out this summer. Go, keep your eyes out on that. Again, if you know the date, if there's like a specific date that I'm not seeing here, let me know. But like I said, Masters of the Universe via Amazon MGM Studios. That comes out June 5th. Definitely a movie. If you haven't seen the trailers, I'm not going to put them on here because I'm trying not to get hit, and I'm not trying to break down. If I was breaking down the trailer, that'd be a way of doing it, but I'm not going to do that. But definitely worth the watch, guys. To see or not. Like my boy Pin said last time he was on. He's like, he likes to go see movies without any knowledge of what to expect sometimes, unless he knows it's a movie that he doesn't really care too much for, that won't, move him or won't make or break, he'll watch it. But if it's a movie he's highly anticipating, he won't watch the trailers because he'd rather go in there with a fresh mind, fresh eyes, fresh ears, which again, valid point, valid strategy. But me personally, I'm too much of a fiend for movies that I have to watch trailers just to see, whatever. Mr. J, appreciate you, brother. So July 16th is when the Odyssey comes out, guys. Make sure to check that out. It looks good. If you haven't seen the trailer, go check it out. Again, Nolan is cooking. Great score to it. Sounds good. Sounds good. Looks good. And if you're a fan of the Odyssey story plot, you know, the Homer book and all that stuff, you want to see this, right? This is essentially, from what it looks like, it's going to be pretty much what comes after Troy. You know what I'm saying? This is what comes after Troy. If anybody's ever seen the movie Troy or even seen the show on Netflix, you know, there's certain adaptations that are out there. This is essentially what follows from what it looks like. You know, it's the journey that Odysseus goes on. But anyways, go check it out. Check out the trailer if you haven't seen it. If not, or if you have seen it and you're as excited as me, July 16th is the date. Make sure to check it out. We got Mr. J in the chat. He says, I'll probably go watch all those movies you have on screen at the theater except for Toy Story 5 and Dune. Wait, so you won't go see Dune? Now that's interesting. Toy Story 5, I could understand. I kind of fell off the Toy Story. And you know what? I'll be honest, disclosure here. I didn't set these movies on here per se. I kind of just, it was like a random choice of films coming out. Somehow this Batman made it on there. I'm not so sure there's a Batman movie coming out, but it also looks like it's the Superman crest. So I think that's essentially what it was going for. I don't know what happened there, or the Supergirl movie. I don't know if that's what I was going for. Or maybe it's telling us something I don't know. Now, I will say, I'm interested in why you aren't going to go watch Dune on screen, because to me, that's actually my second, and I was going to go there, second movie to go watch in theater. One of the other movies that I'm anticipating to watch. Okay, but yes, Masters of the Universe. Go check it out. June 5th, it comes out. So check out the trailer. Be excited for that as well. That's Amazon MGM. The Wrecking Crew, that comes out on Prime. Again, that looked pretty good too. The trailer that I saw for it, but that is that. Eternity, I have to still see that, but somebody said that they saw the trailer to it and they actually thought it looked good. I haven't seen it yet, so kind of I gotta go check that out. But Crime 101, I will say, was a really good movie. If you haven't seen it already, that's definitely worth the watch. But I think it's already out of theaters, to be honest. I could be wrong. Now, Paramount, you know, scary movie franchise. I'm not, you know, that I think is one of the ones I'm excited for again. But not like, again, I don't have to see it in theaters, but I would like to see it in theaters. But that's because that's more of a nostalgic thing for me. I came up on the scary movie, the parody, horror spoof, a franchise. So that's that for me. You got and that comes out June 5th as well. So that's interesting. If that's what's competing against, did I say, where was hold on, how did I lose you already? Did I say? I did say Masters. Yeah, June 5th, Masters of the Universe. I don't know how scary movie is going to compete against that, to be honest. That's kind of crazy. Scream 7, I didn't go see, but I heard a few people liked it. Now I do think I will say well, actually no. Oh, here we go. Hold on. He said, I couldn't get into the first one, honestly. Really? Oh, that's interesting, brother. That is interesting. Man, I thought, to me personally, it everything's just on point, Now, unless you're coming from a place like my homie Fatal J, which I gotta have him on to actually have that Dune discussion. We for sure talked about it a bit. Actually, I could probably do this right quick. We for sure talked about it a bit. Trying to find like a good here we go. Let's just stick to that. We for sure talked about it a bit the last time he was on, but I know for sure when it comes to him, he's it's a thing about like him being a fan of the actual, I guess, the series, like the books itself, and then he was a very big fan of like the TV sci-fi series that came out on Sci-Fi, I think is what he said. He actually shared me a link where I actually got to watch, and I will say it was good, but personally for me, it didn't sway me from thinking that was any better than the movies. I do think there's some things that came from that series that were, I guess, in a way better explained, I guess, than the movie. But again, you're comparing a series that's a longer format to movies that are trying to, compress, information and stories. So that's one. But two, honestly, there are certain things that they did in the movie that I thought were way better than the series. So again, I don't know what it was. I do know some people felt it was kind of a slow burn, the first one. I would implore you, bro, like, watch it, try and muster through it. I don't know if it said it's too much of a slow burn. I don't know, man. Like, drink some coffee, Red Bull, something. I don't know what it would take. Maybe have a snack so that you're at least there watching, because the second part for sure builds up. Like, and the second part really like ups the ante, dude. So, and leading into this third part, this third part that's about to come out. So, again, I think it's worth the watch. He said, I think it's streaming on Prime already for Crime 101. Right. Okay, exactly. I thought so too. So again, good movie to watch. It was, but I actually saw that one in theater. I thought it was a good movie. The Angry Birds movie, third one. Did that one already come out already? Or I think it's supposed to come out. I think that should do good. And then I see that there's also the new SpongeBob SquarePants. I don't know. I think that's for sure a kids film. That should do well, relatively well. I'm not so sure how many people are excited to watch that, but I'm sure family-wise, kids-wise, as far as Angry Birds, SpongeBob, I think those are hits because of the kid factor, family-friendly, stuff like that. Now, obviously, I'd be remiss not to mention this. Sony for sure has got a banger coming out July 31st. If you don't know, you will know now. We got Spider-Man Brand New Day coming out July 31st. I mean, if you saw the trailer, you saw the trailer. There's things to be excited about. Especially seeing that it looks like Disney and Marvel, or Sony, Disney, Marvel are kind of removing things, you know what I'm saying, to course correct, I would say, what was definitely a drought for them cinematically and even streaming wise, where I would say what I guess corrected that path, in my opinion, would be, well, one, let's just state this. Spider-Man No Way Home did its thing. Sony, properly put that out. They did they set it out the right way. So I think that was right. I think Daredevil versus Wolverine, that also shifted things for Marvel as a whole, to get people excited for it. And then obviously their way of rolling out this Doomsday, with these little trailers, teasers, snippets, and kind of little leaks here and there. They're properly putting information out there for that to succeed. But then I would say streaming wise, that Daredevil Born Again series really helped also get people excited for that, or maybe even brought in a new fan base for those that were really fans of that Netflix Marvel universe, which we knew loosely tied into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? Like, there was always the dialogue in between each episode that kind of revealed that they were insinuating they were part of that world, even though they weren't directly connected until now that Disney acquired them, which was probably why even Disney allowed them to do that, because it was probably that this was always part of the plan. Like, they knew eventually they were going to buy it back, or I don't know if they bought it back. I think the licensing that Netflix had for them came to an end, I think is what happened. I could be wrong. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Either way, that Daredevil Born Again series, if you're watching it already, kudos to you. I haven't watched it yet. I'm kind of in the process of watching, catching up on Stranger Things, believe it or not. with the wife. But once that we're done with that, we definitely are gonna hop right into that Daredevil series. Um, which I got her acquainted into that as well, so that was kind of cool. So we're definitely excited for that. But again, just knowing the characters that are coming back, from or that already came back, right? Like you got Punisher. Looks like Jessica Jones is back. I'm not so sure, and somebody's correct me if I'm wrong or let me know, but I'm not sure if we're gonna get Iron Fist or Luke Cage. That would be cool, honestly. Even for however you felt about how I guess maybe the lack of appeal with Iron Fist in the Netflix series, it wouldn't be bad to still bring that guy back and then again make the tweaks that you need to make to have the delivery of that character properly done 100%. Because it's not to say that they had it all bad. I'm saying there were some things that I did like about about that character in the Netflix Marvel universe, for that matter, when it comes to Iron Fist or Danny Rand. And honestly, my biggest gripe was just that they never actually gave him his suit or the costume, the way he's supposed to look with the, essentially the Daredevil look, in the first season, right, of Netflix, right? Except, just cut the eyes into it. And they gave him that look for like one of the flashback scenes. But when it came to like him in modern time, in present time, he wasn't, he was just in like civilian clothes. And I thought that was kind of just goofy, like just have him go full on in, embrace the shirt off, pants, that karate look, so to speak. You know what I mean? But either way, all these moves are orienting to, even like it looks from what I heard and seen in other episodes or other shows, you could say that there are hints and ideas that or actually, matter of fact, that we might even get Daredevil in that movie, which would be crazy. And I'm excited for that. And obviously, it's already been linked that Punisher is going to be part of that movie. So, I mean, who's not excited to see this movie, right? So, Spider-Man, brand new day for sure. Excited to see that. July 31st, definitely got to see that in theater. And if you're a fan of Jumanji, the Jumanji series franchise, the third installment's coming out December 11th. Me personally, that's not a film I care to watch in theater. Not that I hate it or love it. I think they're good movies. I've watched them. They're funny, all that. Again, that just not something I'm eager to go watch in theater, but I know it has its audience. I know it's going to do well. Let's keep it moving. Warner Brothers, I think they got a lot of bangers coming out. Some for sure. I'm not really too certain. I think The Mummy, April 17th, that's coming out this month. I think that's going to be a good movie. I mean, again, I'm a fan of the Mummy franchise. Always have been from day one. My boy Pin, for sure. If you hang around with us, you know I think we've even probably done it on here a few times. We quote some of the lines from those movies. It's definitely part of our zeitgeist of communication. You know what I mean? But I'm excited for The Mummy. I think it'll do well. I think they got and I'm glad that they're actually. It's going to be more of a major horror, so they're leaning more into that, which is, I think that's going to be good. Where obviously the original one, they kept it, I would say, PG-13, or they found a medium between somewhat scary to like, let's still keep this fun and friendly and family oriented, and all that's fine. But I think leaning more into the horror aspect of it, I think is going to be a good touch. I think it was a good touch even when they did that one with was it Tom Cruise, I believe, that version of it, that adaptation. So we'll see what happens here. I'm not even sure that even connects to the franchise. So I don't know. That's an interesting. I got to look at. Mr. J says, I'm interested in that Mummy movie. I want to see where they go with. Yeah, same here. Definitely interested in it. It's again, I was definitely a fan of the franchise. With the Brandon guy, I forget his name. Brandon something. I forget his name. But okay, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. we have a surprise guest in the building, and I'm glad he came in because it's right on time, like right discussion, right? We're gonna get into some things. Without further ado, guys, we got the homie Sil Abdul.
What's good? What's good, man?
So,
Hey, man, this caught me on a good night. I'm on my officially on my Easter break now, so I'm off. Got an extended weekend through next Monday, so
nice.
So feeling good. Feeling good right now. So yeah, I kind of saw some of your topics. I was like, I probably want to make this one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right now, just kind of brushing on some movies, that are coming out, things that I'm interested in.
Shout out to Mr. J.
Yeah, Mr. J in the building. He said, "Not the."
A little inside joke with that one.
Right. But yeah. So right now, I was talking about what was I talking? Oh, The Mummy. The Mummy's coming out. I'm kind of interested in that again. So apparently, it's not connected to the older franchise. Either way, that kind of I was always interested in that franchise. So personally, that's a movie I'm excited to go see. I think Mortal Kombat 2, that's coming out May 8th. I think that'll be something I'm going to go watch in theaters as well.
That's just like, you got to go to theaters. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain movies, it's like, I got to go check it out.
And that's essentially what I'm kind of like picking out my theater favorites for this year, that I think are worth the watch. So Mortal Kombat 2 for sure is one of them. Did you see the first one?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that was the one we was all in lockdown. Yeah. And it streamed to HBO Max day and date with the theater. And I wasn't going. The only time I went to theaters during COVID, I think, was what was that Nolan film? Was it Tenet? Yeah. Tenet. I went to go see that in theater. I think it was something else, but just certain films I was like, I'm gonna watch on HBO Max, and Mortal Kombat was one of those.
Yeah.
But it just, I enjoyed it for what it was. Like, what I mean, it's world building and it set up everything, and so so I think I'm gonna enjoy the second one, and I'm really looking forward to Street Fighter though. I think Street Fighter is gonna be pretty big.
That's another one. It's funny when I look up movies that are coming out, that there's some that I keep missing. When I put it, what I'm saying? I'm like, what movie? Street Fighter is definitely one of them that I'm for sure looking forward to. Since we're talking Mortal Kombat, that's definitely great that we're talking about that. But I agree with you. Mortal Kombat, I saw it. I also saw it on the streaming. I didn't go to the theater for it. But I felt like it. The reason I thought it was appropriate to just watch it on the on HBO was because I'm like, it's their reboot essentially, like they're launching, and I was like, I'm not sure if it's going to be worth the watch. And I guess I wasn't wrong either. I thought it looked good, but I did have issues with some parts of the story. The main character, I was like, kind of like, that's it,
Well, he had literal plot armor, like that was his power.
That's what I mean.
Plot armor.
Exactly. So I was like, so that's it. That's his power. That's literally what it is. So like, all right,
that's what y'all going for. Okay.
Yeah, I will say I did like the scorpion aspect to it, all that stuff. That
was part of the best. That and was a Sub-Zero. I like the whole dynamic.
That dynamic, I thought that was dope. Yeah. So I would say that what I'm interested in this one is it definitely looks like it's tying more into the tournament aspect of it, which is back to the main core concept of Mortal Kombat. So that's why I'm like, all right, definitely worth the watch. I think in theater for me. Street Fighter for sure. I'm there with you.
I think it's gonna be crazy. I think that's gonna be just a fun. It's time we get back to just like event films and fun films. Like you got the Mario Brothers, like. Just to go there, and I just want to see some Nintendo stuff, man, that I grew up seeing. That's all. I'm not expecting much for a lot of these films. It's just have fun with it.
Right, exactly. Now I will say, like, Supergirl, I'm not made up on that yet. I'll be honest, I'm not made up on that yet. As of where I'm at now, probably won't go see it in theater. As of where I'm at now.
So the trailer, right? I mean, you saw the latest trailer?
That's why it's that trailer.
I thought that was the best foot they could put forward, though. I know it may not be saying much for a lot of people, but it's just.
Oh, are you talking about the new one?
Yeah, you see the new.
No, I haven't seen the new one. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh yeah, that's up to you. Yeah, check it out.
You want to look at it now?
Okay. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's look at it.
It'll be interesting. You know, going off the first trailer. You know, I did my videos on that, and I was just like, bro, and people know me. I'm looking forward to this film, and I was just like, man, that first trailer, I was like, oh, come on, gun, like, what are we doing? This new one, I'm interested in seeing what you think.
Okay, let's go ahead and put this out here. Pause that right quick.
That may be interesting. Live reaction from
right.
I'm not even gonna say nothing else. I'm just gonna see.
Right. Let me make sure I put on my headset for this. And you're not getting any feedback, are you?
No.
Okay, interesting. No, let's just keep this off for now. See what happens. No, actually,
yeah, your sound's good, but yeah, I don't know if you like on your end.
No, I sound good over here, but you know, at the same time, I don't know what it sounds like for you.
Yeah.
And
no, it's good,
especially because, like, you know, usually if you don't have the headset, it catches you. You know, you know what I mean. But if it's not, which is dope.
Yeah,
you're good. Okay, let's just keep it like this. Then let's keep it funky. All right, let's go ahead and look at this. Oops, trailer. Boom.
All right. I'm at the clip this. So we're gonna
right.
Let's see what you think.
All right. So this is gonna be the oopsies. What is going on here? This is going to be the reaction. Let's look at this. Hold on, sorry guys. Kind of lost where I was at with this. All right. Let's go ahead and press play.
Hey, I was just touching base to see when you think you might be coming back. You know, I'm just worried that you're not going to find your stride here if you keep going off-world all the time, Kara. I'm worried you're not going to find your people.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Clark. I have no people.
And this is definitely different.
Yeah.
Okay, the tone is already different. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. You know,
yeah, that's the first thing I picked up on too. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm liking that. Which is good because that first one kind of we both agree it set like a Guardians of the Galaxy vibe. Gun vibe.
You felt the gun notes in the first trailer.
You definitely did. This I feel rings more truer to the actual director.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go ahead and keep watching.
Home is wherever you are, buddy.
As I walk this land of road,
Crypto and I at least had each other.
I have visions of
Honestly, I thought we were lucky. But luck, almost by definition, runs out. What can I do?
The Brickens carry the antidote on that person. He has 3 days.
You cannot.
Okay, I will say with that music choice though, after it,
I don't like the music.
You know what I mean? Like you're still doing that gun thing. That's
exactly. So, and before you go forward, I heard about different test screenings for this, and I did hear it's gonna be like multiple like needle drop songs in this film. That's a James Gunn thing. Like, that's a Guardians thing. And so it's like with that music, I was like, okay, the tone started off like, okay, this is Craig Gillespie's film, right? The director. And then it's like, okay, this is something Gunn would do, play this type of music. So that threw me off a little bit.
Yeah, same. And there's a few things to say also, but I'll wait to the end. But I'm just sticking to the more obvious things.
All right. Like Jay said, it doesn't go with the film.
Right.
It's the crime of the Yellow Hills. Who murdered my innocent family.
Just do what I say. And don't die. This does not look like this is gonna end well for you guys.
hurting my head.
We got them Jason Momoa.
Okay.
Okay, again, back on the song, because again, it takes over the whole trailer, and I was like, I'm not like the first trailer they had that I think it was like a Blondie song. They actually should have kept rocking with that song, actually.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With the tone they're showing here, and you're like, okay, you want to kind of rock out with some girl power or whatever they're trying to do that. This here, I'm just like, again, you're making he's not Gunn, but you're making a Gunn film. That's what it's feeling like.
Yeah. And then so far there's shots that feel like they're gunshots, like color tones and stuff, and even dynamics of the story. And then there's some that actually look like, okay, this actually looks more like an original shot, like
There's a couple good shots, yeah, especially
a couple good shots in there. Actually, that actually looks good. But that's
the
so
tone. The tone is what I'm wrestling with. It's like, okay, the first like 10 seconds, he was like, oh, I'm kind of feeling this. It's feeling, and then that needle drop, the song comes in, and just the tone gets all over the place, you know?
Right. Like Mr. J said, song is great, but doesn't go with
the film. Exactly.
Right,
That's what it's these creative choices. And again, people say, oh, Gunn's not the director. We understand that, but with Marvel, if you have a problem with any Marvel film, who do you blame? Kevin Feige, right? Gunn is the Feige of DC. This was on him. So yeah.
Right. No, exactly. Some Cyndi Lauper music would have been better.
Maybe, like I said, the first song they had, I thought that song actually worked. I thought it was a good introduction. That first trailer, I just didn't like the tone of the trailer. Now I was liking the tone of this trailer, but the music's throwing me off.
Right?
So,
Exactly.
It's like, man.
Just can't get right. Just can't get right.
That's DC in a nutshell since 2017. Can't get right.
Revenge. It won't take your pain away.
There's a couple good shots in this. Look, I like this shot here. That's a good shot.
Your eyes are beautiful when you cry. A lot of pain. A lot of suffering.
There's no home without you, buddy.
So is this like John Wick, Supergirl style?
Yeah, it's like the John Wick. What's that other True Grit type of thing?
Yeah,
but Supergirl style. Yeah, that's really
or James Gunn style.
And Gunn style. And then it's the through line. Gunn publicly said he wrote his Superman film starting with Crypto. And so now Crypto is like the Nick Fury of DC, which he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be, bro. So I'm a little worried about that as well too.
Crypto's becoming the Grogu right now. You know what I'm saying? When Grogu is the Star Wars right now, that's what Crypto right now is for DC.
My problem is that because I know Crypto, if people know the comic, you know, which is actually a decent comic that's based on, but I mean, they're not totally like. You know how Zach adapted Watchmen?
Right.
That's not what they're doing with it. Like they're taking some liberties.
Not at all.
Right?
Not at all.
So Crypto's a big part of that story. They should have saved Crypto for this film. He shouldn't have been such a big part of Superman 2025. So that's again another creative choice that Gunn, I think he failed. He dropped the ball with that.
I agree. All right, let's finish this off.
Aren't you the ditz from that dive bar?
Funny. That's what I've been calling you.
Touche.
I like that. See, that's the thing. I'm so torn because if I said this all year, I said this should be a Lobo Supergirl team up film.
Right.
You would sell more tickets if you pushed this a year ago. That is Lobo and Supergirl, and they tried to hide him in the first trailer. Now you see him full front. And it's like, okay, I want to see that movie. Lobo and Supergirl is just beating up people the whole movie, but it's not that. That's not what we're getting.
Right. No, 100%. No, I would say that's one of the issues for sure. Again, there's just parts of the scenery shots that were just like felt like gun shots, like like you could tell he gave notes here, notes there, while some other shots are like, that's a good shot, like great cinematic,
because Craig Gillespie is a good director. This is probably the most like CGI film he's ever going to do, though. But he has more personable, like the I, Tonya story with Margot Robbie years ago. That's more of a character driven, and so he's good at telling character stories. This is the most sci-fi thing he's ever done. Maybe he wasn't the right guy, if for his style, because he has to take from gun notes. You know what I mean? So it's going to be some tonal issues, and that's what the screen tests have been saying, and you see it in the trailer.
Right. Do you think? How do you think it's actually going to do, though?
I'm going to stick with what I heard. My gun box office info have been pretty solid this whole time with James Gunn's Superman 2025. I was told the number was 500, and they will celebrate if they get past that. And y'all saw it end up with 614. They somehow found $20 million more like months later than they had to delete. I don't know how that happened, but but it was in that range that I was told, and I was like, okay, and that was confirmed. So with Supergirl, also they're expecting Black Adam numbers that are not high on how this will really go.
That's what they're okay with.
And I was told too that they will come out saying, "Oh, we didn't spend too much on it." Then it came out, "Oh, we only spent $100 million." But people are disputing they may have spent $200 million on this film. But I heard their numbers 375. That's around Black Adam territory. Sub 400 million. I'll say right now, if Supergirl gets more than 400 million, then you'll see James Gunn running laps like celebrating. I just don't see it happening because of the shaky test screenings. What everyone's saying about these trailers, there's no consensus. And that's because at least with Superman, when they gave you that trailer, I think it was the first one.
Right.
Everyone was like, it's Superman. We're going to check in general. Yeah, we're going to check it out because it's Superman. Right. Supergirl doesn't have that cachet universally. And then Superman didn't really do great internationally. So Supergirl is, it's facing an uphill battle overall.
Yeah, no, it is. It really is. You're 100% right about that. I think, in my opinion, because Superman was mid at best, I'm saying like,
that's a performance. It is a mid performance.
It didn't give enough legs to be too hyped. Like for anybody who was interested in that, I don't think the connection isn't there for like, oh, I gotta go see Supergirl 1. Unfortunately for Supergirl, in that film.
Just briefly though, this Supergirl, there's better shots in this than you saw in Superman though.
But that's the crazy part, right? Yeah. There's better shots in this trailer alone that we just watched than all of Superman, hands down.
So it's like it's tough. It's tough for this.
It's tough. It sucks for again the director because it looks like he tried his best.
Yeah,
that's
what's gonna suck. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Gunn is his anchor weighing him down. In my opinion, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, if this was a Wonder Woman film, then I think first it would be a different template going on here, but you could sell that. But like Wonder Woman became a box office star, because again, Snyderverse, Gal Gadot, internationally, right?
Right.
And it's just, this is a disservice for Supergirl because again, Superman came out mid. So then you should come with Wonder Woman or Batman. If you're not going to do Batman, do Wonder Woman next. And then you can pick up that audience like, okay, we love the icon Wonder Woman. It's not Superman. So it's different. Supergirl just, what is this brand, right? And then we're going to find out it's not, it's sub 400 million, and if it makes under 300 million, that's a total bomb.
Yeah, no, I think there's, like you said,
good down. That's just crazy.
Yeah, you saw that. Right? No, but it's funny that you brought up Wonder Woman, and that was low-key what was running through my mind, right? Because I'm like, because I know the conversation will be that too, right? Like, oh, a woman hero, that angle, whatever. But it's kind of, there's no excuse for that, because when you have a movie as successful as Wonder Woman, and that kind of character. Now, granted, can we argue that Wonder Woman maybe is more renowned than Supergirl?
No, it is. Yeah, that's my point.
Right?
That became that, in was it 2017 when the Gal Gadot, and that was a feminist film, but it hit internationally. They did it right. That's my point. They did it right, and it was under the Snyderverse umbrella.
Right. I'll say this too. This might stir up. It's
a chop shop. So we're ready.
This is the chop shop. But I will say this. Here's another aspect to consider, and I know women will want to hear this. Anybody who's too sensitive about what I'm about to say, but we do live in a visual world, right?
Oh, for sure.
Appeal and things of that nature matter.
That's business.
So I say that to say, Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot's just
she's a model.
She's a model. She's beautiful. right.
Very appealing, to see.
Yeah. Now, Supergirl, she kind of fugly.
She has a good personality. Okay,
personality.
She's like someone you went to school with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no.
The comparison is crazy. Now, here's
it's no comparison. Yeah.
And this is gonna be crazy, I guess, but here, look. We're talking about, and this is what kind of is I don't want to say it's frustrating, but I guess it's disappointing to see, because it goes back to the can't get right situation, right? And I say that to say, it's look, I know that there's a female audience, and you're trying to maybe comic wise there's a female audience, but on a general audience level, you're trying to grab that audience as well, right? To become more interested in comic book characters and whatever. But here's the truth: it's still a male dominant fan base that goes to see these movies, get that world, right? And so even when you look at Supergirl the cartoon, Supergirl the comic book character, they draw her out, they illustrate her out very voluptuous, very
in the comics. Kara's beautiful in the comics. I
feel like we're looking at the She-Hulk situation, right? Even She-Hulk in the cartoons and the comics, they make her voluptuous regardless,
right?
And she's they make her a beautiful woman, where then when you got the series, it was what?
She was I mean,
you know what I mean?
That's
a similar thing. Now, I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but I feel like it's a note.
No. You're right. Because see, the thing, studies show with female characters. First off, you're in a male-dominated genre, right? So it's got to be some appeal there. It's got to be eye candy. I mean, I don't think that's wrong or politically incorrect to say, right? It's to sell these comics. Go to your local comic shop and see the women comics. Yeah. Okay, come on now. Now, Millie Alcock, I'm not gonna say she's totally fugly, but
I went hard.
That's nothing wrong with it. I mean, she probably looks more like a daddy, right? That's the type of woman. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna trip. She has a daddy's features, probably, right?
Right.
But I was more intrigued with her as a performer. I thought she was great in House of Dragon.
Oh, 100%.
I think she's the best thing in this film as far as her performance. Now, if we're talking about, again, eye candy, it's subjective, right? But I will say, too, you made a good point as far as and that's the question. This is rhetorical when I say this. Who is the audience, right, for this film? Because if you're trying to get us male geeks, then we know how Kara Zor-El looks in the comics. It's okay, you gotta, come on now. But if you're gonna do this with the women audience, you saw they show up for stuff like Barbie. Margot Robbie's beautiful,
and Margot Robbie's beautiful.
Women love, what I'm saying. They want to be beautiful like her. With Supergirl, it's Are they going Gen Z? Because Gen Z, just according to reports, and every time I mention Gen Z, I get people in the comments. They're like, "You don't know Gen Z, old man." But all I'm saying is that we're all still trying to figure out the market for you Gen Zers. Okay, like y'all really don't drink like that, but she got her as a drunk in the film.
Right.
They don't like love interest, so you're not going to see love interest for her in this film because Gen Z don't like. Y'all weird. Okay, you Gen Z, y'all people, y'all weird. Okay, but they don't know how to sell to y'all, right? So it's like this film is stuck. This is like a focus group movie, and I don't know what quadrant they're hitting with except logo, because it's Jason Momoa. So you have a mix. You have a classic art of a mixed audience film. I don't know who this is for by the time it comes out. It's unfortunate.
No, that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to understand the demographic, the audience. Because again, the choice is made here between nothing. You're right. The actress herself is a great actress.
I think she's a great performer.
She's a great performer, and she's cute in the right scenario. The way they have her in this film, though, she's definitely not a cute drunk. I'll tell you that much. You don't look like a cute drunk. There are some girls out there that at least when they're drunk still look cute.
But that's that Gen Z. Again, Vega, like we're a generation away from, I think, where they're going for with this. So I'm like, I don't know how this is landing to be
even if we're going to say that, is Gen Z, this is, I think, and maybe you know more about this when I asked this, but like, are they even into the theaters like we were?
That's the question, because or after a couple drinks, but it's and the lights are down. But it's like with the feedback from films, Gen Z, because it's still an untapped market.
Right.
If you go for their childhood, then you have Lilo and Stitch. They showed up in droves.
Right.
For specific age groups, they showed up for Minecraft.
Right.
Things like that. Gen Z, Supergirl. They was trying to, I think, get an audience with that, but they didn't satisfy like our audience, action films, beautiful women. I mean, that's just what it is, you know. But the Lobo part, I think we're gonna like that, but he's not that big part of the film. So it's like, it's a mixed bag, and I don't really see, you know, again, Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman, women showed up for that film. The numbers show that.
The numbers show
she's a model, and they're like, oh, we aspire. That's what women do. I mean, again,
not only that, but think about this. This is something else we have to consider. The difference between how Wonder Woman was introduced in BVS compared to how Supergirl was introduced in Superman. Two different distinctions.
They hit it. Zack Snyder hit it out of the park, right? I mean, the perfect introduction of Wonder Woman satisfied all of us, action and everything, and she's beautiful, right? And then women again aspire to be her. So you got a 4-quadrant hit right there.
Yep.
You know, that's why that film made, I think, over like 800 million, which is insane to realize. Wonder Woman made more than Superman solo films. That's insane.
Yeah.
And you don't come with that. Again, another mistake by exec James Gunn. Wonder Woman should have been up next. I mean, I'm fine doing a Superman. Again, we can say one by Henry Cavill and David Cornswell, but I'm fine. You want to reboot with Superman? Fine. If there's a new world, do that. But if next in the chamber, if it's not Batman, it should have been Wonder Woman.
Right. No, 100%. 100%. You got to go with your major players, not you know, Supergirl reality is still like she's a bench player. You know what I mean? Like,
that is what it is, right?
You know she's a
TV show.
She's like a Robin or a Batgirl. You know, like they're cool characters, but like, is that really what you're trying to push forward into your universe immediately? Like
for a summer film, Supergirl. It just again, I'm looking for just as like, okay, I want to see Kara Zor-El on the big screen, but the world ain't. You know, this is she's a C-list character.
Yeah.
If we're going to be real about this, if we're talking about the Trinity, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, after that, I say Flash, Lantern, before Supergirl.
Oh, way before. But we're talking about way before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I put her to see, because I think Lantern, I say Flash is more of a B-list. Lantern's teetering there, but you know, Ryan Reynolds, that whole experience probably messed that up.
Yeah.
But Flash is still there, but that bombed in theaters too. Supergirl's now on their level. That's my point. And you're coming with that?
Right. Yeah. No, exactly. No, that's right on. That's right on.
Yeah.
Mr. Jason, third string.
It's too bad. It's too bad. Even Aquaman got the B list just because Snyderverse, Momoa kicked in.
Yeah,
but you can't do Aquaman, right now.
No, obviously not. Especially since you decided to make Aquaman logo. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like, all right, well.
But I still feel like when we write the obituary of James Gunn's DCU, which is probably coming 12 months from now. His contract runs out in 12 months.
Right.
Next April 2027.
Right.
I think one thing on the tombstone is just your second film shouldn't have been Supergirl in theaters. It just shouldn't have been. No matter, it may end up being actually a decent film.
Right.
It's hard to sell this film, especially after Superman. We see the numbers. It did mid, and
right.
this is a tough follow up.
It really is. It really is. And look, here's I would say the writing on the wall to what you're saying, right? And to why even they know DC isn't where it's supposed to be or what it's supposed to be. Mm-hmm. Is because, and even that they know, I would say that they're not even competing. They're not even competing. They're not even competing, bro.
With anything.
Period.
I know we think Marvel first when we say. I'm saying anything.
Yeah, no. In general, just anything.
Toy Story, Minions,
Moana,
nothing. It's not competing,
right? And look, and even they know this, right? And this, I'm going to point this out, and I'll point this out, and which is worth considering. But before we get there, let me just say some honorable mentions for some movie theater that I think, and then we'll go back to this, right? Honorable mentions. I think something that I'm definitely interested in watching. Also is Mandalorian and Grogu.
Yeah.
But I'm just a Mandalorian fan, but also that last season, I do have mixed feelings about that.
Yeah, no one liked season 3.
Yeah. Personally, I'm over Grogu, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't need Grogu anymore, but
or
at least I'll put it like this. I don't need him in the Mandalorian context.
I'm gonna push.
I would have preferred to see him with Luke Skywalker. I would have preferred let the Luke Skywalker Jedi School kick off. Grogu be there, and you guys should have flushed out a story there.
So you're saying in a season 2 that should have been when Grogu branched out, because that's the Luke Skywalker moment. He comes in, takes Grogu
at the end of season 2. Grogu goes with Luke Skywalker. Like that was the end of Mando's mission with Grogu.
Yeah, it actually was.
And then
you got to sell toys, baby. You got to sell these toys, bro.
No, I agree.
We all
for me personally, it's like. You should have allowed that to be the moment of baton passing, right?
You should have allowed
the baton. Get off your lazy asses.
Well, you know what they should have did right there?
Which is
do your Luke Skywalker project right there.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
They literally
get off your lazy asses. Get into that Luke Skywalker project. Get the writers. You know what I'm saying? Get the Grogu storyline in there. Jedi School. That's what they should have done.
Mando was over, right? If it was all about Mando and Grogu, it should have ended season 2.
Well, at least the Grogu concept.
That story.
Personally, for me, when I saw the passing, and then but at that moment we have the dark saber. We have
okay, yeah. So it's more story there. Okay,
that Mando storyline we still got right going back to Mandalore. Yeah, that storyline perfect. Leading to that moment
without Grogu.
But just do that without Grogu. Like you didn't need Grogu for.
I think they fell into that whole Disney thing. The first episode, big fans of Mandalorian. First episode, when you saw Baby Yoda, I think that sealed the fate of everything. Because it was like Baby Yoda.
No, it did. You're right.
We are cashing so many checks right now off of that, and they weren't going to. Even though the story's like, we only got 2 seasons of story. No. You better make up 3-4 more seasons of this because this hit. You know what I mean? That's just what what they do, right? And so you got this movie, and I'm with you with that. Maybe they're stretching that story. They are stretching the story because that was a perfect way to end it. Season 2, Luke Skywalker moment. It became a thing. That's a cultural moment right there.
Yeah, it was really a cultural moment, and I thought that that's what I thought they were going to do. In my opinion, I'm like, I think we're about to get a Luke Skywalker story. Him building the Jedi, the new Jedi school, whatever,
temple,
all that, and then
that was
just
wasted.
They did.
That was a fumble. That was a fumble.
But But yeah, I mean, despite all that, Mandalorian is still one of the best things to watch out there. Although I will say Andor for sure to me is right there.
Andor, but I just wonder what audience that was. It's a quality show. Everyone should be watching Andor. You should have watched both seasons.
Right.
But I blame marketing. I blame just like I just really put that out there. But yeah,
no, you're 100% right. But you're right. I will say to add on to what you said. You're right. They fell into that formula, and once that Grogu check came in, that first Grogu check came in,
it was like,
they thought they got we got it now, guys. We know what to do going forward, and you saw it in everything. But Andor was the exception, which is why I love Andor. But you saw it in everything, right? Like Bad Batch, I love it, but they have that concept of grown guys taking care of this little kid aspect, right? With Alpha or Omega.
Yeah,
Omega, right?
That was a decent show. Yeah,
no, decent show, but it's that concept. Like we need to have this thing, right? And they did the same thing with Obi-Wan, right? Like we got to have Leia part of the story now with this older man with this younger kid aspect. You know, they did it with everything after that Grogu phenomenon, and then to the point that they said, "Oh, we got to bring Grogu back," and it's whatever. But anyways,
you know, that's why in the theme song of my channel, you know, it's like let's not mention Star Wars. It's the bar. If you know, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But I would say now these are movies that I don't care to watch in theater, but if I watch them, I think they're worth the watch. I think the Moana live action is going to do good.
Yeah,
it would be interesting to see how they actually adapt that movie live action wise. I'm always willing to see how Disney tackles that, right? You know, making
the kids are going to eat that up.
The kids are going to eat that up for sure.
Because Moana 2, when that like threatened $1 billion, I was like, okay, you got franchise gold right here. That's why I said, okay, immediately let's do live action. This is one of the fastest turnarounds live action ever.
Yeah,
it was like,
100%.
With 2 films big, we got to do the live action. That's the Disney formula now. They, you know, the animated hits. Let's make it live, Lion King and stuff like that. And again, keep cashing those checks off the same story. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be huge. Moana live action is going to be huge.
Right, exactly. Let's see what else. Toy Story 5, I think that's going to hit, obviously.
Huge.
You know, that's huge. You know, there's no way that's going to miss. Surprisingly, a lot of people don't know this, but technically this is under the Disney umbrella. The Super Troopers 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I care to watch that in theaters. I might just, you know, if I
don't know how the numbers go with that, but I mean, I'm sure they're making a profit if they're on a trilogy now, so I'm sure they're making a little money off of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if Minions. Minions is going to do huge too.
Minions, I talked about that earlier. Yep. Minions 3. Now Ridley Scott apparently the Dog Stars. Did you see that yet?
I have not.
Okay, yeah, me neither. But I had a friend of mine say that they saw it, like they thought they were really interested in that. Again, I like Ridley Scott as a director, so I'm going to check that out, see what they're talking about there.
His Prometheus is severely underrated.
Really underrated.
Severely underrated. And it's a shame it didn't do well enough in the box office. That was like in that pocket of time where, you know, they're messing up BVS, they're messing up, you know, as far as the critics and stuff like that. Right. And Ridley Scott has something with Prometheus different from the Aliens.
Yeah.
Though it connected. And that should have been a whole franchise right there.
I really thought it was.
It's a shame. It's a shame they didn't follow with that.
No, I agree. It's really sucks how they treated that.
It's funny because Alien Romulus, I forget his name off the top of my head. I'm probably not going to pronounce it right when I say it, but the director of Alien Romulus, he tried to bring Prometheus back into the story.
He did.
But then for the sequel, he left the project over creative differences. So they I don't know what's going on with Alien. I thought they had something. If you want to bring them together, like do that, because there was a Prometheus crowd out there separate from Alien, and he actually brought it together for Alien Romulus. That's why it's a good film.
That's right, exactly.
And like I said, there's people dropping the ball, man. These execs and stuff. Like, what are y'all doing, man?
I don't know what they. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, what are you guys
the audience?
Yeah. But now I will say these are the 2 films that I think. But to tie into the story that what we were saying earlier, right? Like, this is how you know DC is dead. You know, essentially. This is how you know. Not that it's Des, but it's definitely not. I'll put it like this: it's not the main card on the fight.
This version of it is,
you know what I'm saying? It's not the main card on the fight. It's like it's a preliminary fight. That's where DC is.
Yeah.
You know, DC is prelims right now. You know, and I'll iterate. Led by James Gunn.
Yeah.
DC is in the prelims right now.
Yeah. Because 10 years ago,
right,
it was the main ticket.
It was the main event. It was the main event. Okay, it's a prelim right now, right? But this is how you know that this is where Warner Brothers is at right now. The main event right now is Dune Part 3. Period. This is the movie they chose to compete against Doomsday. Like they're coming out on the same day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's not an accident, right? Like it's not. I don't think so. I like what they're doing already. Like certain actors doing playing with the whole Doomsday thing,
right?
The whole Barbenheimer. I like that, right. And I think that's good for both films. I think it's gonna create, if people keep following this, which hold on before I forget, but if people keep following this, this is gonna be an event. Just like Oppenheimer and Barbie was.
Yeah. Double feature type of thing.
Type thing. You're going to the theater to watch both films, whether it's one at one time in the same day and the other one and the other time in the same day, or whether you do, I'm going to go Friday see this one, Saturday see this one. That's what's going to happen here. Yeah. Hands down. It's a win for both films, personally, in my opinion.
You're seeing both. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to see them both for sure.
Yeah.
I will say Dune, though, on the other hand, they aggressively went for that IMAX release and took it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like that. Kevin Feige and them, they're kind of salty right now that they couldn't. I know they're kind of salty right now that they couldn't. You know what I mean?
It's funny because there's just rumors right now. They may try to move just so they can get the IMAX.
I heard that.
You see what I'm saying? Which there'll be a punk out. That would be a punk out. They do that,
and if they do that, Dune takes the cake.
Dune will make much more money. I think a couple more hundreds of millions.
Yep.
If Avengers moves, because that would be like, you could flaunt that. Like
exactly.
He left. He left because we beat him at his own game. Yeah. But if they stay, I still think Dune is going to do great either way.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I mean, they're both going to do great either way. Yeah, it's not even to say that.
Avengers Doomsday, that's going to make almost $2 billion. Like that's all the stuff they're pushing that film. Like my goodness.
Sure. Yeah. No, there's no way it's not doing well. But I think this double feature thing is actually going to be well for them, in my opinion. I think it's gonna promote that double feature event type thing. Everybody's going to get excited. Obviously, they've been smart, I think, with the rollout for Doomsday. Starting off with the teasers, leaked information, kind of just tidbits, and there. And then right now, as far as Dune's concerned, they're going heavy with the promotions. Like I'm seeing it come across my page every other story. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a. So I know that's only going to ramp up and amp up the closer we get. But personally, in my opinion, I think those are the two films that are going to steal the show as far as 2026 is concerned, with the exception of the Odyssey as well. I think that's going to also do
Odyssey's huge. Well, in July, and you can't forget Spider-Man.
Spider-Man for sure. Oh,
that's another 1.5 billion.
You're right, Spider-Man.
Yeah. So the summer, and see all this stuff comes out around Supergirl. So it's like the summer's a lock for, like I said, Odyssey. We mentioned Toy Story, Moana, Minions. Spider-Man's going to be huge, especially, these rumors coming out about it with the characters they're including in that film. Going to be very exciting for just comic book fans. And then Doomsday, and then Dune. 2026 is going to be insane. And it's not a lot of room for experimental Supergirl films. Like it's just, you come in, you got the butter knife out here coming into a gunfight. Like that's what we got there. Is DC should see, and it obviously it's funny, but it's like it's a part of that hurts because like it's
yeah, no, for sure, no, it hurts a lot.
How is DC going out like this when you 10 years ago you had BVS, the BVS event, you made nearly, you made 870 in the box office,
right?
That should have been just going uphill from there,
right?
And you haven't matched that. Even Matt Reeves' Batman hasn't matched that, so it's like what?
Yeah,
it's insane.
No, for sure. I mean, and that just leads to my next point, and that's that if we're really serious about this, if we're really serious about this, I think this is really our only hope for DC. If I'm gonna be honest, I just really think that's our only hope right now. Like it's the
only option. If you're talking about event films,
right?
And, now it's looking like Paramount's going to get this, right? So as far as getting DC, they're bringing back Michael Bay to do big Transformers films again,
right?
They're trying to fix Ninja Turtles franchise to make them more of a worldwide appeal because it was kind of wonky with that brand. DC, you're saying you want this on Marvel's level. You were right there again 10 years ago.
Right.
It's been downhill. And I know Aquaman did pretty good. Obviously Wonder Woman at that time. It's been downhill since then.
Right.
And it's like, what is the shot of the arm in the arm for DC? It's you gotta have Darkseid. Like,
you gotta.
That's JL2.
Yep.
In theaters. Like it's a no-brainer, but it's like, are you because Gunn, he's sitting there tiptoeing with these character movies, and it's like, bro, like, and he already said, well, I ain't doing Darkseid. I'm like, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing with DC, bro? If you're not doing Darkseid, what are we doing then, Gunn? Right. Like, what you want to bring Starro again, the Starfish? You want to do that again, bro? Like, we need more weapons. We're getting killed, man. He said, I'm not doing Darkseid. What are we doing here, man?
What are we doing? Period. What are we doing? You're talking about the biggest, like, even in the comics right now, to this point, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is the guy.
It's been about Darkseid the last couple of years in DC Comics. Because
they did it. The disconnect is so insane. It's crazy.
The comics writers gets it. Like, oh yeah, Darkseid's the biggest draw for a villain. Who's over that?
Right. Come on now. So it's like, what are we doing here? It's really like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, come on now. And personally, why for me, I am definitely one of the ones where, like, come the end of this guy's contract, like, see him out. See him out, man.
Paramount has to see this. Like, they just with this, like, again, I'm not cheering against. I'm making it clear, I'm not cheering against the Supergirl film. Again, people know.
No, I'm not doing that either.
Looking forward to this story, but business is business, man. And Paramount has to be. Do you know they are monitoring?
For sure. They have to be.
They're like, man, they don't like nothing that you're doing good. Like, what?
Right.
Like, you see them clowning you? Paramount just came out with a Scream 7, a very controversial film because of the whole Melissa Barrera thing and Palestine and all that stuff, right?
Right.
And they navigated that, made a profit. So Paramount's like, okay, let's just stick to what the fans want. You want Sidney Prescott back? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that. We made our money.
Yep.
So, okay, what do the people want? That's how Paramount's coming into the building. Right. So now they're going to get DC. You got to be seeing their clowning super. This is embarrassing.
Right.
This really is, bro. It's like, I would get it if Superman 2025 really made, if it made more than Man of Steel, there's nothing you can say, right? There's nothing you can say about it. Okay, they're making money. It's like, no, mid-performance, they clowned you the whole time. Now Supergirl, they're clowning you more.
Right.
It's gonna make less. It's what are we doing? That's just what I don't see any way Gunn's keeping his job. Man of Tomorrow. What do you think is gonna happen different in Man of Tomorrow?
Right.
I'm sure he's gonna bring crypto back for that. Right? As I said, goofy Brainiac, right? Like,
right.
Gunn doesn't do epic.
He just doesn't
we
do
have
epic.
learned this now without the Marvel formula.
Right.
He cannot do epic. That's just what it is, man.
No, 100%. It's sad, you know, it's because it's like, dude, like there was a time above, time before.
Diamond absolutes.
Absolutes, man. You're saying DC was just up there, man. And what's crazy is you just can't deny it. Like it just is what it is, you know. Like, and it's funny because, like, look, I still come across people that awkwardly have this idea that the Snyderverse wasn't it, you know. But here's what I also find is that 9 times out of 10, anybody who stands on that, for the most part, and this is my experience, is that they're more Marvel fans than they are DC fans, anyways.
That's one thing, and then two, I feel. Well, first off, because there's a lot of revisionist history out there with people with the haters, but Man of Steel, they actually had good audience scores. Man of Steel, people actually liked Man. It made a profit, obviously.
Yeah.
People liked Man of Steel.
Right.
So it's like this whole thing, just, you know, they didn't like Zack Snyder's style. No, people showed up. It made more than Superman 2025. So obviously more people like Man of Steel. So that's one thing. BVS, I'm going to give that to people that it was divisive. It was a little too scary for some of y'all out there, right? It was a little too real overall. And it's like, and I get it. It's about selling a product. So I get it. But what people, they act like the story ends right there. So the Snyder Cut actually happened 9 times out of 10. I would even say 10 times out of 10. If someone didn't like BVS, they ended up liking the Snyder Cut.
Right.
And that was setting up the rest of the 5-part arc. So you would have liked the rest of the arc.
Right.
I'm giving only because I submit to the numbers, right? I submit to the audience scores, the stuff that's on record. It was divisive. BVS, it's the greatest CBM film ever. People know how I feel about that. Like the greatest 100%. Third act ever. Like we got that's a whole stream. We could just talk about BVS.
Right.
So, but I get it if some thought it was a little too scary for you. But Zach actually learned and made the Snyder Cut more accessible for you babies out there. Right. And you know, so that's all I'm saying is that the backlash in a snapshot, I get it. Zach actually course corrected in real time, and you know you brought Darkseid. So yeah.
No, and I would say this though. I my point to even that would be I'm not even even most people that have made those statements, right? Like this is my experience, right? Whenever I ask to clarify, well, what do you mean? You know, like they can never really give me an absolute answer. It's almost like they're just reverberating what they've already heard.
They were told to feel.
You know what I'm saying? Like awkwardly, they never really have a good reason, right? And then even when the people that find the reason, right? Like, well, Batman was killing, he doesn't kill, and it's like, then it's like, now I know you don't even know DC. So what are we even talking about here? You know what I mean?
And it's disingenuous because it's like, okay, so Batman 89.
Yeah, no, it's a very disingenuous argument. And then not only that, so then even when it's like darker, right? Like, oh, it's dark, it was too dark. Like every DC film up to this point has been pretty dark. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean? It's like that, and that's what I mean when I say like there's too many revealing aspects to that point that tells me you're not a DC fan. Yeah. Because even the old Burton Batman, it was a dark. Those are for that time. It was dark.
Oh, it was definitely the Batman Returns. Like scared McDonald's.
You know what I mean? The Batman animated series for being a cartoon
that was dark.
It was pretty dark.
That's DC. Like they had that brand, and Nolan probably had the perfect mix of dark and commercial success. Like he, you know, that's Christopher Nolan though. You know
but even those movies were dark. Like,
what I'm saying.
Talk about Joker's menacing, like
Dark Knight is dark.
The Dark Knight was dark, dude. Remember when everybody in the theater jumped for like that scene when Gordon is talking to the mayor and they're in his office or something, and then out of nowhere this body just comes hanging, boom, hits the glass out of nowhere.
And that wasn't Marvel like.
You know what I mean? Like there was nothing light about that. You know what I'm saying? So like that's what I mean when I say that there's just dishonest notions or points made that I think people that tells me like you're only reverberating what you've heard and what the status quo was you know, at the time, the way it is with a lot of things, even today, it's just luckily, well, either luckily or unluckily, there's two ways to really look at it. But I guess, you know, we live in a time where just information is coming at you. That so it's harder to control narratives like it was then.
Yeah,
where the narrative kind of was set in a way, but
the bloggers kind of and they had they were pushing Jeff Johns' agenda. Like if BVS happened now, we could, you know, obviously it's all hindsight, but we could have controlled the narrative better in real time.
My point. You know? But I would say, you know, but even the funny part is like, even with all that being said, like I say all the time, is like when you look at the numbers it made, it doesn't show that people weren't interested in it. You know what I mean? Like that people didn't like it. Close to $900 million, almost $1 billion, isn't a flop by any, you know what I'm saying? So even to try and convince me that oh no, there was this divide, really? No, a divisive film. And not to say that, again, not to say that there aren't people divided on it, but even that division though, again, I wonder, is it a true divide or is it fabric, or was it manipulated? Is my whole point. You know what I mean? Like,
I'll say, like in real time, because it's about word of mouth too. So it's like, and in real time again, I know people who was like, oh, I heard, you know, basically it wasn't like Marvel. That was a real conversation in 2016. That was a real conversation about, oh, it's not like Avengers. It's not like, you know, Civil War, you know, how that ended up, you know, copying BVS, but they did the Marvel formula. Right. And that's what really kind of tricked these bloggers. They kind of are the part of the undoing of Marvel because they didn't allow the CBM genre to stretch out and, you know, not just be a joke fest. You know, you got Age of Ultron, which is a travesty of a film. You know what I mean? And even Marvel, okay, we went too far with that one. Like that was a little too, you know. So it's like I blame, like you said, the journalists, the bloggers of that time. Social media wasn't obviously what it is today. 10 years ago, even not like it is today. And you could have controlled the narrative then, right? And it was this anti-Marvel feeling. Zack Snyder nailed it perfectly, 100%. Being dark DC. But just like I say, just in real time, it was that audience feedback in real time. Now, again, was it fair or not? That's a whole nother story, I feel, right? But just in real time, that was that audience feedback. And there was, you know, in a sense, not the word of mouth it should have had. Right. You know, to carry it easily to $1 billion, which is what it should have made, you know. Right. You know, overall.
But I even put that, but like I've said before, I even put that behind, or I'll put that on the marketing too. Like I think they show too much. You know, I always say that. Like I feel like you shouldn't have showed Doomsday.
Never should have been a trailer.
You didn't have to show none of that. You didn't have to show Wonder Woman. You didn't have to show Lex. The title says Batman versus Superman. That's what we're going to watch.
Oh, the first trailer. That's all we needed.
That's all we needed.
The False God trailer. That's all we needed.
You know what I mean?
Like, okay, they're gonna face off. Okay, I'm buying my ticket. Like that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Like you don't have to show nothing else at this point. They like, no, let's show Doomsday. I mean, I was in the middle of a club, and the trailer dropped, and so I pulled my phone out, and I'm like, Doomsday. Like I was like kind of mad. Like why is he in the trailer? Right. Like I was so mad about that.
But you know, all that to say that like this, in my opinion, is what they need. I hope Paramount realizes. I mean, I you know, I know you've touched on this a bit. There's obviously the background chatter, right? Rumors, right? Of I guess apparently Zack Snyder having conversations with certain people over there. I guess about what he can do, DC related. Obviously, we know he's connected already with that UFC film that they're gonna do.
Yeah, the Saudis
and all that.
Yeah, as far as like I'm not aware of any conversations, but I'm aware of the connection is you know, obviously Paramount, you know, again bringing back Michael Bay,
right,
and everything like that. So it's like I know they want event films for all their IPs,
right,
and with DC is like. And again, you have Superman 2025. We see Supergirl's not an event film. It's not. Man of Tomorrow, like, can Gunn make a BVS level film? I don't think so, right? So, what do you really?
Superman 2025 was his shot at that.
And that wasn't event level. Like, it really wasn't. You know what I mean? Even for people that like it, like, I was just someone today, because I get in touch with different sides of this. You got gun fans, people that were gung ho before and after the film came out. They're like, man, this ain't the staying power that I wanted for. And again, these are people open. They're open to Snyderverse, open to everything. Right. And it was giving Gunn a shot. And they're just like, this ain't it, man. Like, I don't see him doing event level. Right. So why do I think Paramount is an angle for Snyderverse? It's a Saudis connection, because they already have that relationship with Zack Snyder for Brawler. They are now minority stake, share owners once the deal closes. And either Paramount's going to do it. If they don't do it, I think the Saudis would do it. So I think this is a perfect scenario for the Snyderverse. No,
100%. That's the way I see it. I mean, people are still talking, like for all the craziness about how the divisive BVS was, it's still one of the most talked about films to this day. Right? Reaching its 10-year anniversary. But then even Zack, anybody who's following Zack Snyder, and I think that's of note too, right? Zack Snyder is still posting, even after the whole Justice League run, reaching the 5-year anniversary of that. He also obviously did the 10-year stuff with Batman or BVS, but then still posts Batman and stuff. So it's like, personally, in my opinion, he's still trying to let them know, like, look, you want your event, you want your event films. This is it. I mean,
if you want Darkseid, like, again,
we got Darkseid coming.
You gotta do that post when Zack, all those string of posts again, that whole countdown to ZSJL anniversary. Zack coordinated all that to line up with 214. It's like, come on now, like we've been around this long enough, Vegas. Like, okay, Zack's trying to tell us something. We know this, okay. But that post when Zack was like, Darkseid, the greatest DC villain. The only time you saw him live action was in my film. I was like, dang, Zack, like, you letting them know you want a big event DC film? Like, for Marvel, we want to do a big film. If you're not bringing Thanos back, let's bring RDJ back, right? You got to do big events.
You got to find a way.
For DC, what can you do, right? Even Matt Reeves' Batman is his thing. We'll see what that, Batman is the key, to DC overall. But we want a big event film. You got to bring Darkseid, and Zack already started it. You got. I think this is an easy choice for Paramount. Be like, oh yeah, just do JO2, make some money. Like, what are we doing? What are we waiting on?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's just a no-brainer. Like you said, Zack said that's the only film that has Darkseid in it.
That's wild.
The way and it's not that he just has it in it; it's just the setup at the end. As all of us, anybody who not anybody, everybody who watched Zack Snyder's Justice League is like, yo,
we got to see that fight.
We got to see that fight.
Like, that's there. That's like, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean. Just that, oh man, like you can't stress it enough. Just when you see Steppenwolf's head roll into the bull tube over to Apocalypse, right next to the foot of Darkseid, and he just crushes it,
Bro,
like
it's
like, come on.
Cavill was like, bro, Cavill was ready. Like, Superman was ready right there.
He
like,
was ready.
Bring it.
Yeah,
I don't know who you are, but I'm right here, bro. Like,
it felt very much like the animated series, right? Like, there was hints of Darkseid and Apocalypse, prior to him actually finally fighting off Apocalypse, right? Like, he first, I think, encounters Calabac. No, not even Calabac, but like,
you talking about the Superman animated?
Yeah, Superman animated. That's what it felt like to me. Like, just that kind of moment where, like, you're gonna get a glimpse.
That was kind of like a Dragon Ball Z moment, like, you know? It's just like, because Darkseid just like, oh, bro, like, who do you think you are, bro? And Superman's like, bro, like, bring it, bro. Like, even Wonder Woman's right there. Wonder Woman's like, let's go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're not gonna give us that movie, bro? Like, are you serious?
Come on, man. Come on, man. It's just a no-brainer, man.
It's a no-brainer, man.
Dude's coming in his armada. He said, ready. use the old ways.
You know what? He's like, you know what? I'm not about to face this dude right now. We gonna go the old ways because I don't know about this dude.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
was
come on,
ready,
man.
bro.
That's what we're talking about here. Here's another thing too. Like, not only is that like one of the most things that I think would create an event, but we talked about lanterns earlier. Like, let's just keep it real. This series that's about to come out, that trailer.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I'm not. It ain't doing it for me.
Man.
That was just buns.
Even Kevin Smith, first he dropped that Snyderverse thing, right? Really it was like 2 weeks ago, but the Phantom's covering it today. But he was reviewing the Lanterns. That's how crazy this was. He was reviewing the Lanterns trailer. And he's just like, man, they should bring the Snyderverse back. He was like, I was like, dang, like
that's Kevin Smith.
You supposed to be talking about lanterns, and he wasn't like bloviating over it. I was like, oh, usually Kevin Smith, he'd be like, oh, okay. Right. I remember a comic book this reminds me of. He's like the the ultimate nerd, right? And so he was just like, I'm gonna get the Snyderverse back, I'm like, dang.
He's keeping it a buck, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and look, the actors that they got in there, great. Like, I'm like, hey, those are pretty good castings for the story plot you're kind of going with, I guess. But not that I'm too psyched about a Hal Jordan that's older, but I get it. That's kind of cool.
You can make that work.
Yeah, that could work. But and Aaron Pierre as Green Lantern, I mean, that's a good fan casting. Yeah. So like, all right. But like the trailer and the story, everything that we saw, it's buns. Like, honestly, I'm gonna tell you what really pissed me off was really once I saw that stupid lantern suit on a hanger in the closet. I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, everybody was focused on the color, and I'm like, why does it even exist?
Why is this like
since when? Since when is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, since when?
It's a disingenuous arguments out there from people saying, oh, it's an older lantern. So but like what you just said, when I'm seeing lanterns, it's about the magic of it. It's not about just, let me go change into my suit. Like, what?
No, yeah.
It's supposed to come out of the ring. Yeah.
Like, look,
how is this an option?
Hater love the Green Lantern Ryan Reynolds. They got it right. It was the ring. Right. It's all in the ring, buddy.
Now, it's still a bad film, right? All right. 2011.
Right, right. But they still got it. You know what I'm saying?
But at least the suit, at least it was that magic there.
It's the magic. Like,
that's what you did for lanterns. Not, let me just throw a suit on real quick. Like, what?
What are we doing?
Why did you think this was a good idea for this IP?
They're crazy.
That's the point. It's like people's like, the color, it's a worn down suit. Okay, whatever. Why can a suit be worn down when it comes out of the ring? Like, why is it a physical suit?
It's crazy, But all that to say, I'm in agreement with Kevin Smith. Bring back the Snyderverse, because guess what? We know there's a lantern there, and guess what? I know that on Darkseid on his way to us has to encounter Oa first. I'll tell you that much. Like, I'm more interested in that. That's, what I'm saying? Like, and I know everybody else would be interested in that. I know that's the event kind of film everybody's anticipating and waiting for.
For sure.
It's that, like you said, that magic, that epicness, that, you know what I mean? And I think that's what we're missing here. It's we need that back. But like, again, from a point of just like good storytelling, proper storytelling, good visuals, scores that actually match the tone and the mood of the story and the movie. Right. Right now it's just what we got right now. It's just bum.
It's. I mean, again, I keep throwing back to this because I'm trying to be realistic. Like, Paramount coming into the building, and they're like, okay, like DeLuca and Abdi, killed it last year, so let's do more original films, like like Sinners and with what they did last year. And it's like, okay, DC. It's like, okay, like everyone seems to hate everything. DC, it's like, like DeLuca and Abdi also doing Minecraft and Sinners, and these are horror films and
right,
Oscar-winning films. They had multiple different films. It wasn't just Sinners. It was multiple things they did.
right.
And it's like DC. It's like like they're crapping on Lanterns. They're crapping on Supergirl.
Right.
Like, Clayface. I can't expect like.
Yeah.
Where's the epic turn in this? Because there's nothing after Man of Tomorrow. You got Reeves Batman. That's going to sell itself next year. So it's just, as Paramount business wise, you got to be looking at this like, man, like everyone's not liking your stuff, good. Like what? Like, this ain't landing that well. Like, we're just gonna let that contract run. Like that's just what it is, man. It's unfortunate for fans of that. I mean, a moment for the fans of this stuff. But again, I get people reaching out to me that they were Gunn fans all last year, and they were just like, man, like the sauce is kind of gone for DC, man. These are fans of Gunn telling me this, and I was like, hey, I'm not feeling it either, y'all. Like I'm not. Restore the Snyderverse.
Hashtag restore the Snyderverse.
And again, you do JO 2 and 3 event films.
Yeah. And
you can figure out your world. You can even, hijack Gunn's world if you want to still kind of run that on the side.
Yeah.
But just let's come out with these event films. Zach can finish the story. Yeah. And then everyone could really move on. If people there's Snyder fans right now. I mean, there's some toxic ones, but there are Snyder fans now where they're like, hey, just you finish Zach's story. I would actually consider watching the other stuff.
Yeah, no, there are people that are on that bandwagon. We're like, hey, you just finished this for us. We'll watch whatever else you got coming out. But they're standing on principle. Like, this is what we want.
It's an unfinished story. That cliffhanger in the Snyder Cut, like Zach knew what he was doing. He's like, you want more of this, don't you? Like, I want the Nightmare movie. I want the world becoming a Justice League. That apocalypse heist film that he called where Darkseid's invading Earth, and it's like, bro, I want to see all of that,
right?
It just or give us Superman 2025 with a fake kaiju, like what was that even for? And Ultraman, who's really brainy, Zorro. It's like. We're mashing up too much stuff, Gunn, and just the epic. Like you just saw in the Supergirl trailer. Did you care Superman was in the trailer for Supergirl at all?
Not really.
Like it's like
not really.
That should never be a thing.
It was Like people, if it hit, then it would have been like, oh, this phone call, is he in this movie? Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
I say as far as because I look at things from marketing. I'm like, if you would have had like a cool action shot with Superman in the trip, but Gunn doesn't do that. If you saw Superman 2025, Gunn doesn't do epic action moments. No. He had a lot of chances in that film. He had the whole fight in the baseball stadium. I remember covering the behind the scenes. And this is summer of 2024. I was like, oh, he's filming a lot of action shots. It was in Cleveland, not too far from me. Right. And I was actually going to go out there. I was going to actually go out there and try to talk to Gunn, but that was a whole other thing. But it's like there were moments I'm like, Gunn may actually make a good action film. Now, we understand what we got. Superman got beat up the whole film. It's like I don't know what else can he do except what he's always has done. Like that. So I think Man of Tomorrow is just gonna be another film. Yeah, that's just what it is, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. It definitely lacks the hype it needs, the proper, like you said, the fight sequence, that event like feel. It's not there. It's just not there,
man.
But let's not keep beating on this dead horse. Let's not keep beating on this dead horse, because we can keep beating on it. Honestly, there's so many angles to come at this from. It's not even funny, and
It's sad, man. It's really
sad. As a DC fan, it's really sad. I mean, look behind me, man. Like, I got the guys that should be. We should be. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you could tell, but we got Batman. So we got Zack Snyder's
got the league. Yeah, got the whole league right there.
You know what I'm saying? We got the whole league here. This is what we should be getting. But hey, look,
Paramount has to be noticed, and that's all I could bank this on. It's like Paramount is seeing the anti-hype, so they got.
No, I think they do. Look, I'll put it like this: I just don't. They fought really hard to get Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
like they, you know what I'm saying? Like they put everything into this, and I know they know what they acquired. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
DC was a big part of the reasons, that they got.
You know what I mean? And DC is a big piece of that. Like, make no mistake, it's obviously it's a lot. They're getting Lord of the Rings, they're getting Matrix,
Harry
Potter, a lot of IPs, a lot of big franchises, the Monsterverse, all that they're about to acquire, right? So they know what they have.
Oh yeah.
But DC, I know for a fact, is a big piece of that.
Yes,
it's a big piece, and there's just no way they're not looking at the writing on the wall. There's no way they're not seeing that, this guy's story and universe that he's built so far isn't doing it. And I know when they see how Supergirl does, they're not going to be impressed. I'm sure of it.
It's bad timing.
It's bad timing.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody's hyped for Man of Tomorrow.
I mean, outside of the usual guzzlers,
right.
Like when I was actually again trying to just cover this stuff in real time, I was like, if there's an audience for it, I was prepared. If there's going to be an audience for it, and I'm just saying, I'm just going off of my experiences. No one cared when the Brainiac was. That's a travesty for DC fans. Because even though we was mad, Doomsday leaked. Where they put out Doomsday in the trailer, we were just like, "Oh crap!"
We were still hyped because it's Doomsday.
Right? Brainiac is like,
and it should be on that level.
It should be bigger
and bigger. Technically, you're right, because he's a villain that comes across Superman more often than not.
Yeah, yes. Brainiac should be bigger than Doomsday.
Yes,
and we automatically know it won't be.
Yeah, that's sad. This
is crazy, man. It shouldn't be like this. I was low-key depressed that week when he announced Brainiac. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a video on it, and no one cared. No one cared. Even the gun fans was like, oh yeah, good, okay. Like, no excitement. I felt no excitement. I'm like, man, this is wrong. This is Brady. This is the ultimate. All right.
Yeah. No, I mean, look. Well, here's the reality, bro. Like, when I first saw Man of Steel, I thought Brainiac was the next villain.
Because Zach would have, Zach would have did it.
Well, and that's that we know that now. But I'm saying even in that movie, before even it was told to us, I thought the moment I saw the tendrils move the way they did, when Superman's facing off against that, the gravity thing, whatever, and those tendrils the way they were coming at him, I was like, oh, that kind of gives me Brainiac vibes.
Yeah,
the way the ship, does things like that,
right?
And then even like the tendrils that whatever, it gave me very much Brainiac vibes. So I'm like, I think he's setting up for Brainiac. And I was excited then for that, But am I excited now? No, definitely not.
Just take Man of Steel and Superman 2025. It's like, it's not even a comparison, man. Like it just the epicness of Man of Steel, just a Smallville fight, just the first flight scene just clears everying. It's like, man, like this is. It's not supposed to be like this. This is wrong, man. This is wrong.
Somebody should have told me it would be like this. Be like this. Be like this. Somebody should have told me it would be like this. False prophets.
It should have been. This is not the timeline we should be in, man. Like it's not.
But here we are. Here we are, and hence why the title of this episode is Fight and Flight, because some things are worth fighting for and some things need to take flight. Like, get the hell out of or some things, some things are fight aspects and some things are taking flight and launching off and new frontiers and what I'm saying, and doing great things. Again, Marvel course corrected. I think they're about to land on something great here. Dune, I think is setting itself up to be the best sci-fi thing ever since forever now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and unfortunately, because Star Wars really hasn't been hitting how it used to. Right. And Netflix dropped the ball with Rebel Moon. And so that's that. But
Netflix, man, like
dude, Netflix. I mean, they took flight. they
like, oh my goodness.
You said, $31 per share. Oh,
man, like you got these fresh franchises sitting right there, and it's like, bro, like the engagement was there for Rebel Moon. Like on my channel, I always talked about the numbers, the cumulative numbers of you gave Zack Snyder 166 million. You made 4 films out of that.
Yep.
Director's cut. You fumbled that.
Yep.
Releasing it just, bro, like you had a ready-made universe right there.
Right.
And now I guess they want to cut costs, or I don't know what they're doing at this point.
I don't know, man. It's just, but you're right. Again, they took flight on that too. Is what I'm, it's like they even the Army of the Dead universe. Like what happened with that? But yeah, specifically Rebel Moon. Again, I for sure when Rebel Moon came out, I'm like, this is gonna compete.
Yeah, you was really.
But they just weren't. One, as we said before, they didn't roll it out properly, obviously. But they weren't also. They just didn't commit. They weren't aggressive with it. They should have really. And they do this with a lot of their big IPs that they have. Like they take forever to kind of like.
Netflix does that. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. But this is something they need to. And look, it's like my boy Pin says. Look, they're making good money. I guess they're not concerned with, being more aggressive in certain arenas.
Right.
But it's like, but sometimes I wish they were though, because the conversation right now could be, Rebel Moon, Dune, taking the fighting for the throne of sci-fi space, drama, you know what I mean, compared to Star Wars. Are they still that could be a conversation, and it's not, you know what I'm saying, because
it's the thing. People that again was gung-ho for Netflix, like they got to remember Netflix business model, like they don't have to cater to a certain audience, like ever. They can pivot immediately because it's like, oh, okay, we give you some Rebel Moon, but like if maybe they felt we don't want to spend too much money on this anymore, but we got Stranger Things over here. That's a whole nother audience right there. We got these old series, so you got repeat viewers right here. They got sport live events now, so it's like they're all over the place. Netflix, they got a bunch of podcasts on there now. That's flopping. But they took a lot of podcasts from YouTube. They bought them out and brought them to Netflix.
Right.
And a part of that is because when you watch a podcast on YouTube, you got the community commenting and things like that. On Netflix, you can't comment. You can't. So people are losing their communities on Netflix. So that was, they took a chance, and that's kind of bombing. You know what I mean? So it's just it's okay. Let's pivot. Okay, cancel all that. Let's pivot over here. That's what Netflix does.
Yep.
And so it's kind of and again, this is post Scott Stuber.
Yes.
Scott Stuber was committed to big event films, and it's changed since he's left.
It's changed since he's gone, which is obviously something we touched on before, and it's a shame because it's like, man, he had vision. He had vision. He had guts. And that's over with. Hence why, I wasn't too pressed on Netflix acquiring Warner Brothers. To me, it was always Paramount was the better choice.
Yeah.
If there was anybody else other than Paramount, and we've discussed before, I was thought like, man, Amazon probably would have been a good look if they were
Amazon or Comcast.
But yeah, Netflix was always like, I like the fact that they let directors cook, but also do they? You know what I mean?
They don't commit, like you said.
They just don't commit is my point, and so this idea that all of a sudden they were just going to, which I was hopeful for when it looked like it was going to be them, right? I'm like, it looks like it's going to be Netflix. Well, I hope that they just stick to their word. They're going to, aggressively now try and, grab a piece of that theater, money and theater, battle, stuff like that. But, you know, I'm not mad that they they bowed out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when that leaked out, you know, after it looked like Netflix was going to get it, it leaked out that hey, they're going to do 17-day windows in the theaters. I'm like,
yeah,
what?
when I saw that, I was so
like, come on, man!
I'm like these guys.
It's like this is the end of theaters, like literally. I you know, and so they weren't ready for that arena, and so yeah, I am glad they missed out because I don't think they were really ready to commit.
No,
to that.
They weren't. Now that's not to say Netflix ain't making moves still. They're making plenty of moves. I've discussed plenty of that before. I'm going to discuss a little bit, you know, going on forward. But as far as regarding this though, this realm of acquiring Warner Brothers, like, I'm glad they didn't. You know, again, they dropped the ball too many times in my opinion. They don't commit. We lost out on what Rebel Moon really could be right now. You know, on the cultural, pop culture side of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a shame, you know. But to move on to other things, just a quick little tidbit because I thought this was pretty interesting and worth the discussion. Speaking about, you know, obviously sci-fi, space, and all of that.
Right.
I wasn't even aware of this, but apparently the Artemis 2 mission. Were you aware of this?
No, I'm not. And give me 1 second, okay?
No, for sure. Do your thing, brother. But so apparently, we are on a mission to go around the moon. It's the Artemis 2 mission. It's already took flight around 6:25 Eastern time. It's already completed its engine burns. It's now in very high Earth orbit. I want to say they're even doing like live updates with it. Oh no, I think I think we passed it. No, okay. No longer are they doing the live ones, but they were doing like a whole like step-by-step process of watching them do the thing. I mean, this is a pretty big deal, man. But it's already in high Earth orbit. And like so right now, like it's pretty much like using the orbit of Earth to create like this slingshot effect to then go towards the moon. And then the idea is to like, I guess, go around the moon. The ship, I believe, is called the Orion. It's like I said, it's in high orbit right now. It's over 43,730,000 miles above the Earth, which is the farthest point so far. Let's see what else here. The mission has a several-hour coast phase with ongoing system checks and some early mission tests and evaluations. Around 25.5 hours after launch, mission control will target the big translunar injection burn at perigee that sends Orion out toward the moon with a backup opportunity roughly 23.5 hours later. So, you know, doing big things, man. You know, like I didn't even know this was a thing. It came across, you know, like again, my wall on social media.
So this is a movie that we're talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say it again.
This is a movie.
No. This is actual operation happening right now. Like Artemis 2 mission. It like I don't know if it's NASA or if it's
yeah. Someone was just talking about this earlier. Yeah.
It's again, I don't know if it's NASA or under SpaceX or something. You know.
Let me see. Yeah.
No, it's NASA. It's NASA. Here we go. NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off from Kennedy Space Center today at about 6:35 p.m. Eastern time. So it's a 10-day mission around the moon and back. That's what they're hoping to achieve.
Yeah.
You know, big things, man. Taking flight, man. You know,
that's interesting.
You know, so it's like, all right, let's see. We're talking a bit, obviously past couple of years between SpaceX, NASA, they're trying to develop, you know, ships that can actually perform missions that go out and succeed and, you know, being out there long lengths, coming back, properly landing. Obviously, Elon's, you know, with his launch and coming back and parking it type scenario, kind of impressive too, you know. So obviously, I know the idea is to eventually get to Mars and all that. So it's kind of pretty interesting things.
No, this is interesting because it's like the first in our lifetime. You know what I mean? We heard though, you know, we saw the old videos and stuff, and I think the Kennedy years, and after that, I think. And so this is, you know, this is kind of historic, you know, for our generation. Like, really?
Yeah, no, exactly. Like you said, it wasn't until back then, since something like this occurred. I know they tried to do one not too long ago, but something happened. I think with the launch, something was wrong, some like malfunctions and stuff. So I guess this is their second attempt, and I think working together with SpaceX and all that stuff, and Elon, whatever, they figured it out. I guess
Yeah. No, this is cool. Yeah, I was at work earlier. Someone called me about it. It's like, yeah, like we're going to the moon again. And I was like, I didn't even hear like any build up for this. Right, this is all was a surprise for me today.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's either that or obviously there's just so much other news that it's kind of like being overshadowed.
Got a low-key war going on and stuff.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Yeah, which is worth discussion. I'm not going to go there yet, but I just thought this was interesting. I'm like, man, for me personally, because in my lifetime, this is the first time something like this happens.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
kind of interested to see if it's successful or not. I hope it is. I hope obviously the astronauts come back safe. No
videos, nothing yet, right? Or did they?
There was videos. I was trying to find some. Okay, so we can take a look.
Yeah, that's dope, man. Like, just I like. I mean, it's something very American about just going.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And again, we just heard the stories growing up about it and saw the old videos, and I just think that's just a cool thing to show your technology and just show, you're pressing against space and just recording it. Like, this is kind of like your marker. Again, for our generation, maybe another 50 years before they try this again, So
exactly. No, exactly. That's then, like you said, it's very American because it's like, and I mean, American and human, just human. You know what I'm saying? You talk about, obviously we're in a different age now, but the age of exploration, right? Where the thing back then was ships and travel across the oceans, find new lands, and that was like a big thing. The Titanic back in the day, like a big ship, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's these steps throughout human existence, and that are just moments in history that are worth noting. And for sure, when I came across this, I'm like, oh, this is dope. Hold on, I didn't even know this was a thing.
I mean, you got this crew, they're probably preparing their whole life for this mission, and to document it. You know what I mean? It's like they're probably gonna come back and do reality shows and stuff.
Right.
Artemis is tonight's liftoff. The crew in quarantine with their families. Commander Reed Weissman posting this photo with his daughters. NASA Chief Jared Isaacman says they represent a new generation. What does it mean in terms of America's place in space history?
It means we're about to make our return to the moon, and this time to stay. Artemis 2 is the opening act.
The next 24 hours will be critical for launch. At 7:34 a.m., ground teams will begin fueling the rocket. At 9:45 a.m., the crew, already on mission time, will wake up, eat breakfast, and suit
up. These guys look like they're ready.
At 2 p.m., they'll head to the pad.
I say they've been preparing.
At 6:24 p.m., they begin a 10-day mission to the moon. So to achieve this, NASA has...
It was a successful launch. So that's because I think we all heard about one. I think it was like in the 80s, because it's like all before our time. But like it was a failed launch, and that was like the last thing I heard about going to the moon anymore. Like I just remember hearing about it was like a failed launch in the 80s. But so it was a successful launch, and that's when it was just such iconic for our generation, because I got a couple of phone calls. Like, I'm at work and people's like, "Hey, you heard they went to the moon?" I'm like, "What?" They just launched at the moon. Like, what are you talking about? So that's just how big it was. Where I just got like random phone calls
10,
over this.
9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great.
I don't want you to think about it.
So yeah, man,
that's what's up.
That's what's up, man. Just I'm like, all right, cool. Onto big. It's again, like I said, it's sad that it's kind of getting overshadowed, because it's like, this is a pretty cool, history, cool feat, in itself. Astronauts
it's the climate of just this, of this country right now, and again the politics and the mix, whole jousting with that, and obviously Iran, is one thing that I think that's taking center stage. I think Trump made a statement tonight. I didn't watch it yet, but he made a statement about it, about Iran. But so yeah, like you said, it's things overshadowing it, which it's a shame because this should have been ABC special. Like we should have been primetime special talking about this.
Right. No, exactly. I mean, and look, clearly it was covered on a few outlets for sure. But like like on the day of, like it wasn't the build up. Nobody talked about the build up to this moment.
Right.
So it's like nobody really knew until the day of. It's crazy.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't know until they actually launched. You know what I mean? Like that's like crazy. Yeah. I was like, I didn't hear any news. Like it didn't come across my feed or like I don't watch enough local TV, to catch the local news. So I had no idea this happened until the launch. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, yeah. Again, I came across it today. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna keep an eye on that and look at it, And but hence why I called it Fight and Flight. Well, I called the episode Fight and Flight because there was many angles to that. I'm like, okay,
play on words. We should be used to that.
Because
we should be used to this.
Yeah. Because unfortunately we are fighting right now. You know what I'm saying? There's a fight happening. And it is the Iran war, unfortunately.
I mean, it's just, man, I'm a realist, and it's like, it's always politics and stuff, and it's a means to an end.
Right.
Do I want wars? It's like, no, I mean, obviously no one wants wars, but in the country that we're in, sometimes, you're gonna flex when you can, that's really, that's all I see this as, that is what it is,
No, yeah, look, I mean, I think there's so much like information about it right now, right? Like so many angles, right? So many perspectives, whatever you want to call it, propaganda, whatever they call it, and but it's like I feel like there's also like disingenuousness around the conversation. You know what I mean? Like
biasness, you mean? Like,
yeah, whether it's biasness, like people that just have, you clearly see that they have a bias.
Yeah.
Or two, it's like people forget certain things, you know what I mean? Like, or either I feel like if people intentionally or coincidentally, you're forgetting key elements to this conversation. You know what I mean? So like, for instance, like, was it a surprise? Really? No. Anybody was really paying attention, right? People can use the argument of like, oh, but they ran on like no wars or something like that. And it's like, but did they, or did they run on ending forever wars?
Well, but like you said, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's like, we know there's a segment that's just going to be like, no matter what Trump does, they're going to be like, "Oh, gotcha." It's just like, I'm so tired of those conversations. Again, I mean, my view on this. I mean, obviously, you got the Israel influence. I think we all should know what's going on here at this point. It's like, like, why are people acting so surprised? Like, so I try to just cut out the people that are just like, okay, Trump's the boogeyman. Okay, well, I don't want to have a conversation with you because this is disingenuous.
It's very disingenuous.
Do I agree with every decision he's made? No, I don't. I mean, but Trump's a goofy dude. Like I thought we knew this. I thought we knew
this guy. This guy said in real time. Oh man, look, there's just no way you're never gonna get like a laugh. This guy in an interview in real time is asked by a Japanese reporter, like, why didn't you guys tell us about the attack the U.S. was going to make on Iran? And he says, and his response is, did you guys tell us about, did you guys tell us Pearl Harbor?
Dang.
I started laughing so hard. Because I'm like, it wouldn't be him to say that. But it's not a bad, like, response. Like,
that is a great response right there.
It was the greatest response you could ever give. It's like, yo, he said, did you guys tell us about Pearl Harbor? It wouldn't be a surprise attack if you did.
Fake news.
yeah.
I'm saying he's a goofy dude. Like Trump, like I don't know why people are surprised. We had this. This is second term. Right. Why are people actually surprised that Trump is Trump? Okay, so that's one thing. But like I said, there is a. Go ahead.
But you're right. That aside, right? There's a conversation to be had. Like, but you're right. The disingenuine conversation is if it's just about Trump. Like, if you're just trying to make this about Trump, again, you're being disingenuous.
Yeah.
Especially because, I mean, you can literally go back in time, like on the video archives, and there's plenty of moments where he is, like, I'm talking about way even before presidency, where he talks about his feelings towards Iran and U.S. relations. Okay. He's always stood where he stood with the Iran situation, not having nuclear weapons or, power. Literally, I just came across a clip where the man said, and this was like, I think it was like in 87, 88, 89, one of those where he's like, at that time, he said, we should just go and get their oil. And it was due to like something that occurred in that moment where Iran played us, attacked one of our proxies, attacked our embassy, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And where he's like, well, we should just go over there and take their oil, whatever. This was back then. So I say that to say this tracks my whole point. Like with him alone, that narrative, apart from the fact that now take him out, the Iran situation has always been a situation with every president. You know what I mean? Not every president obviously has engaged it differently.
Well, Obama's been totally opposite.
Right. And that's why I say different approaches to it. Right. Obama went on the whole opposite end of that. He's like, maybe if we treat him as a friend,
he's trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize. That's Obama.
Right.
We know what Obama was like. I'm just let's be real about this, right? Hope and all this stuff. Like, come on now, like, but so with Trump, and again, all I'm saying, I hear what you're saying, but all I'm saying, as far as what Trump previous statements, not trying to discredit that, but the Israel factor, I think is, and again,
it is.
And I'm not the type though, just for full disclosure, I'm not like, I'm trying to find a gotcha on Israel. That's not what this is about either. But what I'm saying, this is obviously Israel is an ally to the U.S. government. We know this. We grew up knowing this. So I think this Iran war is benefiting Israel more than anyone, just in my opinion, right? But it's he sees the benefits, like you said, just getting the oil. Like obviously, in any type of natural resources.
Yeah, well, you're
going to go for it. Yeah.
They're going to go for it. And here's the thing, but there's many factors to this. Like I say that just to say, I stated what I stated just to state that it's on track with Trump's on that record. Record.
No, all granted, yeah.
Are there other angles to this? 100%.
He set the precedence for it. Like it wasn't like people shouldn't. The people are just like, oh my god, like they're just, Obama didn't do this. It's like it's like no, like this.
But the reason I stated is because even let's talk about the Israel aspect, right? Like there is this idea obviously that we were manipulated, by Israel, and it's like. No. I'm not
the
U.S. kind of has stood where it stood for a while, and that's one. And two, there's many countries. There's this scenario of what's happening in Iran affects many countries, not just the U.S. and not just Israel, right? Like
that's fair.
There's a dynamic here, happening, right? And it technically started with you knew this was first off, okay. Midnight Hammer was the precedent of like, oh. We're getting involved, right? Like we, bunker busted, their nuclear, some of their nuclear sites. That was us,
That's the aim. This whole time they was trying to get rid of the nuclear threat.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there was that, right? And but that's like an appetizer to the actual meal, right? And what I mean by that is where you knew things were changing for sure, where there was going to be a paradigm shift, in the way, in how I guess you could say this administration is trying to set the United States as its position in the world, right? There's a few things people got to pay attention to, but for sure, the first move was Venezuela. The moment we got Maduro out of there, and we're like trying to force a regime change there because of the oil and other factors there too, but the drugs too. Again, many things could be true at once, is what I want to point out.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just like, oh, we were just there for the oil. Like, no, like, yeah, that's a part. But the drug cartel thing is a thing too. Like, let's not pretend like it isn't.
It's a factor.
It's a factor.
Yeah.
But it for sure was the oil. But it wasn't necessarily about owning the oil or just owning the oil. It was the backdoor dealings that Venezuela was doing with Iran, which is why I say people have to understand Venezuela. The move on Venezuela was the first move actually against Iran, not just against Venezuela. That's my whole point. It was a move against Iran, China, and Russia, and technically Cuba for that matter.
So it's really a UN thing, I think, overall. I think, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to point out here.
Yeah.
It's
It's a grand scheme of things with this. You know?
Yes. Yeah. Because even as far as like when we're talking about this can benefit Israel, of course, but it's going to benefit all the Gulf states as well, which is why they're okay with this war at this moment. And then especially after Iran attacked them, you know what I'm saying? Just because they're like, Iran,
struck back. I mean, I think they took out their lead. As far as we're talking about U.S. Israeli together, took out Iran's leader, I think, immediately. So they've been scrambling since it started, and I think that's what's kind of. This should have been over already. Is my point I'm trying to make. Like you took them out, and I think they're being very erratic right now, and I think at this point it's a matter of. I think Trump addressed people earlier. This should be over this month. We're in April now. This should be kind of wrapped up at this point. But as far as again, the goal of it, you're saying more like Iran had to be neutralized for various reasons. For the surrounding area, and that's just
on that level for sure. Because
that's what this war business is. It's like someone has to be the hammer here, and that's what Trump. Again, U.S. and Israeli together. That's what they're doing,
right? Yeah. And then you look at even pay attention to how he addresses NATO, right? And then pay attention to. That's what I mean. Like, there's clearly like a shift happening. Is my whole point. Right, like it's like we're doing this because it needs to happen, right? Like he's on record saying that, right?
No, right.
But he's also on record saying, "But you guys got to carry your weight around here."
As far as
this whole Strait of Hormuz problem, right?
Okay.
Like he's all like, "Y'all want the oil? Y'all come get it." Like he put out a statement out there to the UK, like, "Hey, y'all, that's a you problem." Maybe if you guys would have assisted us, he said. In this mission,
you're talking about UK?
Yeah, this was how he addressed the UK.
That's interesting because UK is usually, it's because like growing up, I always felt like it was US UK kind of lockstep, but now it's kind of becoming US Israeli.
Well, yeah, it's changing for sure.
Yeah,
but that's there's a couple factors there, right? Like you're talking about, is it there's a moment you can like literally go back and see once the UK and the US were no longer in lockstep. You know what I mean? And you could probably say it probably really was once Trump's first term.
You think it was Trump? Because that's what's kind of like I didn't really look at it that closely until like we're kind of voicing it now because I'm like, okay, this would have been like a US, Britain thing.
Back then it would have been.
But like, 8 years later or whatever, it's like it's more of a again, US Israeli. It's kind of wild.
And then not only just US Israeli, this is what I'm saying. People got to pay attention. Think about the Abraham Accords, right? They were this whole the first term did the first Abraham Accords, right? The First Nations that were part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then there was like, when Trump thought there was going to be a second term immediately, the idea of a furthering, like getting more states, the remaining Gulf states that weren't included, trying to get them in, right? And there was that, and then Iran started pressuring on their end, like trying to not make that happen, right? But even when you look at how, like, who were some of the first people Trump engaged with when it came to negotiations? It was the UAE, Saudi Arabia, like that connection. There is a connection there. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Yeah.
That's why even the rhetoric, he's constantly like this new age for the Middle East. So it's like,
that's interesting.
I get the temptation. Like I get how easy, not temptation, but I get how easy it is to like make it seem like it's all Israel. Which, don't get me wrong, like I get that factor, and I'll put it like this: I can entertain that more on a, I guess, faith-based factor, right? Where in the sense of like all roads lead to Jerusalem type thing, prophetically type scenario.
Well, it could just be a headline type thing, right? You know what I mean? It's just a clout type thing, right? Because obviously we mentioned UAE. And the Saudis, there's a lot of business going on right there as well too, between the states and the Middle East, of those sovereign nations and things like that. But when we get to this angle, Israel kind of, obviously because of the recent Palestine thing and like that, Israel's going to have that headline. And Israel's in that fight. Israel's in this fight right now. Like they're very active. Versus Iran. So that's probably the reason why I think it kind of overshadows a lot of this stuff. We got Mars in the chat. What's good over here? Talking a little, I guess, world news. I don't know, politics. That's what
That's trying to talk, geopolitics, politics. Yeah. We're going to get into more politics home-based, gonna get,
but this is part of it. I mean, this is technically a war going on.
This is what's overshadowing everything we just talked about, and it's worth the talk because even it's things that I'm even talking about with people around here, my friends, workers, coworkers, stuff like that. It's the conversation, and it's the Israel angle seems to be the most interesting part because it seems like that's crazily that's the bigger debate, which is like,
that's where our eyes go to, like immediately. It's like, okay, we see, you know what I mean?
But that's so it's kind of normal to me to see that and say that, but because of that, like now I felt like, all right, I gotta like dig deeper into this because I have, and then even like that last interview, my guy sent me this interview with a Joe Kent guy and Tucker Carlson, where he's like tries to insinuate that, for sure that he feels we were manipulated by Israel, whatever, blah, blah.
But I'm not ready to like, I get it, right? Shout out to Mars. Okay, that's what's up. All right.
That's dope, man.
I didn't know. Yeah, shout out to you. Hey, like I said, we it's getting really interesting with this Paramount stuff. So definitely stay locked in. If you've been checking it out, the Saturday show is that's a thing we're doing now. So for sure. Appreciate the support. Yeah.
But yeah, man. So it's just interesting to see how that's like the angle, but I also can kind of get it,
that's what I was trying to say, because it's like when people say Israel, because again with Vega, it's only a handful of people that I'm like, I know we're not going to go extreme either way. It's like it's a very we're very honest with our views on this, and there's a segment that's like, oh, Israel, like they kind of get shocked talking Israel, and even with us, both being Christians.
Right.
I'm not like, oh, Israel boogeyman. Like I don't treat that topic like that. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, I'm just, I probably didn't have to say all that, but my point is just, I know why people are drawn to the Israel topic. It's more for sensationalism, than what's really going on.
Well, it's what
conspiracy theories, is my point.
That's exactly what it is. Because I feel like it's just the way they try and connect the dots. which at face value, I can see why you think that, right? But then it's like, dig deeper, ask more questions to see if it's really connecting or not, right?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
you'll have people be like, Jews run the world, they run this industry, they run that industry.
They were part of this.
Hold on, wait a minute. Are all Jews Israeli connected? Is that really, are we really saying that right now? Like every person who's a Jew that has some sort of ownership over something, are they all ran by Israel? That's what you're claiming now. And then if that is your claim, prove that.
Yeah, it's impossible to prove that. That's the thing. It's like that's a larger conversation right there as far as Jews, natural Jews, Israeli connected. There's some Jews that don't care about that connection. You know what I'm saying? So it's just I've met several just different angles on this. So it's like I don't group it all together. Is my point.
Definitely not. Yeah. I think that, and that's why like my guy, my friend that I was talking to, because we were talking about that, and he was kind of like big in that thing, and I'm just like, bro, I just feel like you're conflating a lot of things together. You know what I'm saying? Like without knowing how to keep things separate. So what if a Jewish guy runs legacy media? Like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? And then like, okay, if he runs it, or if legacy media is owned by Jew, aka in Israel, because that's what you're trying to now sell me on. Right. Well, they're doing a poor job because trust me when I say, a lot of the legacy media likes to take their jabs at Israel.
Oh yeah. And again, it's agenda driven.
The legacy media, so I'm like, so that doesn't connect for me,
Right. It's not this overarching. I mean, there are conspiracies out there. Yes. I might entertain some of those, but this overarching, Israel, like they took out, people in the past, and it's like, hey, maybe there was some connection, but I'm not buying into it. Just like I said before, the whole Trump's the boogeyman. I'm not buying into that. And then the Israel controls everything. I'm not buying into that as well.
Yeah, it's just kind of goofy. Like out of all the countries in the world, you think Israel's the one running the show?
Like of all the United Nations, I just think, and this is really what I feel. I think Israel is like U.S.'s favorite little brother. Like that's what I think.
Yeah, and it could be.
That's really how I feel that relationship is. I mean, is there some advantages on both sides? I'm sure. Maybe it's stuff we don't fully know, but is Israel controlling the presidency? I'm not ready to just go for
yeah.
I'm not ready for that. I'm just saying. It is what it is.
That's kind of where I'm at. I'm just like, dude,
that's kind of wild.
There's too many cogs, there's too many pieces to like for me to just dive into that conspiracy.
That would have been exposed pretty easy. And like you said, Obama was kind of going the opposite way.
Right.
So they weren't controlling him. So what's going on?
Right. And I will say this: it's not to say that other countries don't have an interest in what's happening in other countries. That's every country.
Right.
Every country is interested in what's happening in other countries. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So this idea that's like, Israel's the only one. Like, no, obviously, so does everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, Russia. That's why there was the Russian collusion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, they were involved. You know what I'm saying?
As far as the Israel side, the UN exists, y'all. The UN exists. This is literally U.S. Whoever messes with their boys, who's a part of the UN, they're gonna jump into it. That's how it's always beyond our lifetime. That's how that's what's going on. This is the crew. This is the clique. You mess with them, you're messing with them.
That what you just said. That's what people need to realize here. Like let's just take it down a notch, right? Maybe you can't see it because it's global and there's so right. Let's just take it down a notch. Let's take it back. Let's take it down to the streets right quick.
They don't travel enough to realize it's just a clique.
Maybe you just let's take it down a notch. Let's speak your lingo right quick. Let's gang shit, you know what I'm saying? If you have an alliance with said opposite gang, opposite crew, and they go to war with another, you're going to war too.
You jumping in too.
You jumping in. Yeah. That's just it. That's how that works.
That's the agreement. That's like, okay, they mess with you. Because if they mess with me, we know that you're gonna be coming with your weapons and you're gonna That's just what it is, yo. That's all.
And I was speaking from experience, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how many war crews I got into, you know what I'm saying? Because another crew was at a war that we were in an alliance with, so we had to come in. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what it is.
That's what it is, bro. At one point, all the crews got together to go up against the SDs, which is the Satan Disciples. You know what I'm saying? Which is like a big gang. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all went to war. You know what I'm saying? We're like, all right. You know what I'm saying? Because we're all in the lines. We form a pack.
That's a brotherhood. That's what it is.
So it's like, come on, let's not pretend like we can't understand this. This is how it works.
People are like, Israel's running everything. Come on, bro. Come on.
Right. No, like you said, it could have been. Here's the reality. It could have been the UK. It could have been, whoever else, France. It could have been.
Yeah.
It could have. Matter of fact, it could have been Saudi Arabia. It could have been the UAE, people that we have connections with.
Yep.
And we'd be involved. The thing is, like, I will repeat this though. We have to understand that the Iran situation is an involvement of all those countries around. It's not just Israel. For sure. It's that entire region. There's an interest there for that entire region right now with this Iran move. Now, it's not every country there, obviously, right? Because there are those that do align themselves more so with Iran, opposite of the other ones, right? There's a reason why, Pakistan isn't involved, or Afghanistan for that matter, right? There's certain countries that aren't necessarily they're not excited about this, but they're also we can't get involved. They're not in a position to get involved.
It's a pecking order type thing. It's like, okay, you know what's going down right now. Like, this is grown man business going global, worldwide business going on right now. And it's like, again, it's that gang type of thing. Right. And so you know what's going down when they show up. It's like, okay. And Israel is only a part of it because they're actively fighting in this as well, too. Like they got their soldiers there with the U.S. as well. So I get it. Israel's a sexy topic now,
No, it is. It is. And again, it's not to say that they don't play their part in this. They do, right? Look. Here's the thing. Here's what you can follow on record. This is out there already, and that's that. Yeah, apparently we kind of, in a sense, we were kind of forced. But not because it was like, hey, you got to do this, but because we realized, like, well, okay, Israel's going to attack, right? Marco Rubio's on record saying this. We knew that they were going to attack, and we knew that the moment they would attack, Iran was going to then retaliate, and it was going to leave us vulnerable, right? So they knew that, right? And they're like, if you're going to attack, then we have to attack with you then. To get the maximum. Like, so, and again, it's not to say that. That's what I'm saying. Like the new, you have not the nuance, but you have to understand the complexity of this, right? Like it's not to say that.
Well, like you said, the gang thing. That's literally what sums it up. It's just it's a crude thing right now.
I say that to say that, for instance, like it's not that that's what kicked off this thing, or like we weren't preparing for this. We were, right? Obviously, after the Venezuela thing, dude. Like what, a week or two after, we start sending not all our ships, but like a lot of warships in that region. You know what I'm saying? Like. Obviously, we knew something was about to go down.
Something's about to pop off,
Something about to pop off. But at the same time, keep in mind, we have to keep in mind, the United States was trying to get Iran to meet the negotiation demands, that they felt were reasonable and suitable for us to, like, all right, if you can do this and you agree to this, this is what's going to stop everything from kicking off. The fact that they couldn't.
They didn't want to give up those nuclear weapons.
They didn't want to give up those nuclear weapons, and their nuclear capabilities.
Yeah.
Right. And then Israel said, well, hey, if you guys aren't willing to attack, we're going to do it because we're not going to take that chance. And then we said, all right, well, damn it. If you're going to swing, I got to swing too then.
That's just,
and look, and it sucks, right?
That's just
There's
what it
nothing
is.
easy about this,
Right.
Lives are being,
there's casualties.
Casualties to this. So, like, look. Prayers go out to all those people, you know what I'm saying? Families, friends, all that, even the troops that got sent out, and if they do have to engage in some sort of, missions out there, which, I said it before, like, look, I don't think we're going to have to, but there might be a possibility, right? And here we are, right? Like, and it's like they might have to send some troops, but this is how you also know this isn't the same kind of warfare we saw before. This isn't a forever war. I mean, really, the amount of like success off the gate, off the cuff, like with everything that they, their precision striking of everything we attack, it really put Iran in a vulnerable place. Now, like you said earlier, like it then caused them to just kind of act erratically, right? Like,
well, again, they've lost their leadership like within the first day or two. So they're just reacting like they're just swinging back, and it is putting their citizens and as casualties on their side, just regular citizens as well too. Like that's how it is getting ugly. It's gotten ugly for them. But that I'm just to be honest, like that's how this stuff goes. When you're talking about warfare, and again going against UN members, they bring the hammer. That this is what happens. No one wants this, but if you want the ugly details, that's just how it goes.
That's just how it goes, man.
Yeah,
that's just how it goes.
It's unfortunate overall.
Yeah. So yeah, like that being said, prayers to all soldiers, families involved, innocents, and hopefully this comes to an end soon. Hopefully, whether it's that Iran wakes up and smells the coffee, and maybe there is like a slight regime change where whoever is now in charge realizes like, hey, there's only
this ain't going good. They're losing civilians according to some reports I saw. Like it's like. You kind of,
I will say this. Keep in mind, the sad part is they don't even care, right? Like the government in power there now.
Right. No, yeah.
That's the sadder part.
They
don't even care, and that they don't care because they were killing their own people when they were protesting out on the streets. So. Sadly said, I don't even think they care about that. Unfortunately, it's going to take the squeezing of money and the squeezing of resources and the squeezing of influence. Like they don't even that's the sad part. They're not even equating their own people.
That's how things go. Again, in these wars, it's like it gets ugly. It's adult business going on. You know what I mean? It's and. You're making another nation. You're dictating another nation's movement, and they're choosing to fight back. It's an uphill fight for them, but it's just you know what I mean. That's just what's going on, man.
This is what it is.
It's like you really don't want this. I'm just saying, like you're seeing this in real time. You don't want this
in real time. You're seeing
so
it.
Not to make light of We're not making light of this. We're not making light of this. I'm just saying if people don't realize like how these things happen when you get these wars, it's like it gets ugly.
It gets ugly, man.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Now let's bring it closer to home. Now, I think this is going to be a fun topic. Fight topic. Of our culture, of our politics at the time. It's kind of a funny one at the time. Like it's kind of funny that we're here now. But
oh man.
Here we are, man. So
I wasn't expecting this, y'all. I was not expecting it.
No, I had to because it's just too funny. It's too funny in the sense that this is a thing.
It was funny.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't say that I can't say that the skit made me laugh hysterically. I think it's just funny to see Drewski do something stupid every time he does it. That to me is the funny part.
It's hilarious. Yeah, it's hilarious what he did right there.
The commitment he has to the wardrobe stuff he does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that to me is the hilarious part. Like it's fun. It's funny to see his where he's willing to go. With his skits. I find funny. I won't necessarily say that this is like the funniest skit he's ever done. I don't think that's it. That would be disingenuous for me to say.
It was an accurate one.
It was accurate, but I will say this. I wish he would have had the balls to actually just own it, right? And what I mean by that is this: is you're not fooling no one. We all know who the skit was, really. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
right.
You know, so to say that this was like, oh, how conservative women are now, or something, whatever it was called, you know, how they act, whatever. It's like, is that really accurate? You know what I mean? Like, are all conservative? You know what I'm saying? Because that's such a blanket statement.
But
we
we know.
You know what I mean? So we know who you're really referencing.
I mean, it's clear.
You know what I mean? So I just wish, like, dude, just own it, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I could feel. I mean, maybe it could be some, avoiding some legalities.
Probably, right.
You know,
probably the case.
I mean, like, as soon as you saw it, it's like, okay, we know who he's talking about immediately. And
I'm not gonna lie, dude. It was kind of cringe to see, right? Like,
what
in the sense of like, it
was this whole Miss Doubtfire thing going on.
Yeah,
and I was just like, I'm. Yeah, okay.
But I give him credit where credit is due. It's like, dude, you took a big swing there. Power to you.
It broke
Too
the
far
internet.
valid though. Now let's get into that, right? Like,
okay.
Let's really discuss this, right? Like, where do you think? Do you think there was a line there that was crossed, or do you think, like, for him, for the space he's in, it's a go?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where do you think it? Where does it sit with you personally?
Yeah, I don't think it was too far. I really don't. I mean, I did see a lot of backlash, and just full disclosure, and I feel like I say this every time I come on your channel, but I'm an independent, and so I look at policies over party. That's how I look at things. So it's not me saying, oh, I don't, I hate Erica Kirk or anything like that. And I mean, I guess I got to touch on the Charlie Kirk thing. I disagree with a lot of views that Charlie Kirk had, but I didn't feel he should have been assassinated. He shouldn't have been gunned down for his different opinions. And so Erica Kirk comes in, and she's kind of taking this kingdom that Charlie Kirk built up, and it was some weird movement from her, in my opinion, with the WWE entrances and the things that she was doing for his funeral. And so it's like, yeah, maybe I got some different views, but I didn't expect her movement after his offing. And so a lot of people online picked up on this immediately, right? And they were just like, okay. And again, I'm not talking about the extreme people. Like, again, what happened to Charlie Kirk, like, it just, as a human, I'm appalled, that you can go to a campus and just be taken out like that. That's just insane. Even if I don't agree with some of the stuff you're saying, I'm just like, bro, like that's a little extreme.
Right.
A little extreme right there, right? So with that said, right, in all respects too, like, she lost her husband, children lost a father. I'm with you with that. And then she just turned into, again, just this the people around her, although, again, I'm big about marketing, right? I gotta sell people. And I'm just like, I wouldn't have put her out there like that, coming out of these WWE lights and fireworks and things going on. Yeah. And online, it's instant memes online.
Yeah.
And she kept doing it.
Yeah.
So it was like, and then some of the interviews, like, they didn't really coach her up enough. And so she had these weird performative moments.
Yeah.
And so this was ripe and prime for someone to do a skit on. Like, I'm surprised SNL didn't do it. If they didn't do it already, I don't know if they did.
They probably didn't do it though for the same reason that this guy's kind of getting scrutiny for, right? Like, it's like too soon, probably. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe that too soon thing is a thing, right? Like, the man's just got assassinated. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This could still be too soon. Also, temperature-wise, is this the right move? Like,
just to answer you though, I don't think it was too far. Just to be clear, what I'm saying, I don't think it was too far. I get it. I mean,
I don't think so either.
We're kind of in a microwave society now, where it's like I think like that week, and again, I'm not trying to trivialize. He lost his life. That was again, we shouldn't have been able to see that on camera like that. Like that was, horrifying in the moment. That's like I was like, dang, like because you don't agree with dude, you just shot him like that. Like I don't agree with him. I don't feel like I got to get a rifle, and you know what I mean. It's like, come on now, like
that's just crazy.
That's just what I mean. There's plenty more people that thinks like him. If you didn't like what he thought, you didn't kill that thought. You know what I mean? So I'm done with that. But my point, not trying to trivialize that. I was there at that moment. I was like, this is a human situation. It's a human moment.
Right.
But just how she behaved after that, I thought that was right for the picking. So just to kind of answer that off top.
Right. I see what you're saying. You feel that, yeah, I get you. Yeah, like if you, to even kind of like maybe even microscope a little deeper to what you're saying for those who might even, I don't know, still have an issue. And maybe so I can further understand. And I would say is this. One, like I would say surface level, I agree with what you're saying. Personally, I didn't like the rollout of her appearances after it happened. And I don't know her personally. I wasn't there personally, so I'm not going to say it was all fake or whatever. I don't know that. I don't know that for sure. But what it looked like to me personally is that, how she was being, like, some of the interviews, and it did seem a bit performative. The TP USA event, whatever, or I think it was maybe even Charlie Kirk's, like the funeral thing, whatever, like whatever it was called, that they did was a big thing. And look, like that's maybe good that you guys did that. I'm not sure if it was good for her to be there to do that, but optically wise. Now, that being said, if you guys were willing to throw caution to the wind and say, and specifically her, because this is about you, and you're willing to now be strong. You're saying you're taking a strong stance here. I have to fill in the shoes of my husband who just got murdered, and that's what you think is happening, right? And that you think that's what you're called to do. Oh, hey, power to you. But if that's where you're at, like, okay, boom, I'm presenting myself strong. Like you didn't take my joy away, you didn't take my soul away. You can't do, like I'm gonna own my, the strength that whatever. Okay, cool. Then something like this shouldn't bother you either. You know what I mean? Like, be strong, stand firm. Take a note out of your own husband's playbook. He didn't cry when South Park did a bit about him, in their episode, and painting him the way they painted him. He owned it. He owned it. Like,
hey, you're a public figure now.
You're a public figure. Yeah. If anything, take ownership of that. Like, just realize, hey, I'm a public figure now. Like, this is what happens. And do what he did. Again, I don't agree with everything he did or everything he said. I'm not going to say I disagree with him, like, on everything. Like, no, there were some things I understood what he was saying.
He actually had some good points on some things. Just with my worldview. Yeah, some things I was just like, okay, there's some supremacist thoughts.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a white guy. Sometimes they have those.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then, but at least when it came to that South Park thing, he took it the right way. He said he found it funny. He said, hey, it's cool that I'm being recognized on that kind of scale. That I'm now, I'm such a public figure that I'm being made fun of on a cartoon.
No,
you should have just done the same thing here. I feel like, look, like, just, hey, a comedian went out of his way to try and imitate me. Maybe be funny about it, or provocative about it, and be like, he got me wrong, but
right.
Kudos, like own it, like cool that he, whatever, like kind of play with it, play with it rather than this
just be like,
taking of victimhood.
Just be like, I'm flattered. Yeah,
just be like, I'm flattered that I was, they went out of, this guy went out of his way to, literally went out of his way.
It was pretty extreme. Like, now, as far as like, was it too far as far as like a bad thing? Like, no. Was it like, did you
too much in the sense of like, bro,
he went really hard.
Yeah, you went,
he really,
you went damn near trans on this, dog. Like, you
I was like, man, like
you damn near got a sex change on this, my guy.
On, like, bro, but again, it's like her and her team. Like, again, I blame her team letting her go out like that.
Yeah,
and doing these interests and stuff like that. I was like, that probably wasn't a move. I would have tamped it down way more,
right?
With her being this grieving widow, but still, again, you want to have. I get it. You want to make it like more of a celebration. Like, I get that, because you don't want to, be bummed out because he's no longer there. So again, I get the human side of all this, but to present her in that light, I blame her team. And that made it ripe for social media to, to what Drewski did with that.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Like, you put yourself in the spotlight. That's why this happened. Now, yeah, I think there's a conversation to say, like, did he go too far with just the whole get up? And again, I say this because there's two ways to point that question. It's like, if the skit was truly about conservative women, you went so far to just embody a specific person that's, I guess, representative of a demographic of that, but it isn't the entirety. So that's why it's like I think you should have just been more ballsy about what you were going for.
I can see that. I mean, I think we all get because like she's kind of the face of conservative, like the face of MAGA right now, right? Is Erica Curry, and right now, MAGA's in the White House. So,
but see, even that is MAGA is all conservative women MAGA. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just too broad of a.
I'm with you with that.
That's why when the question is too far or valid, I don't think, again, personally, like I agree with you. I don't think you went too far. Like, you're up for it. You're up for this if you're a public figure of that stature.
Yeah, no one should be like, "Oh, I'm offended." Like, "Oh my god,"
like, no, none of that. And let's like even like the whole white face discussion of it. It's like, who cares? Like, honestly, I don't even care about blackface. To be honest with you, like, I mean, I thought the Robert Downey Jr. thing to this day is one of the most hilarious.
I mean, it's a caricature type thing, so it's like, I mean, it's about execution. I think it's
all for sure about execution. Let's clarify that.
People posted the I think the Jimmy Kimmel one. He did Karl Malone. That was terrible.
That was trash.
It was just a trash. Yeah. But like I said, RDJ, he nailed it. He's in blackface as a black guy.
Right.
And am I offended? It's like, no, I'm not offended by that. Like, that wasn't. That was a character.
That's right. It's about the caricature. You're saying it's not the same
actual
thing
film it was in. That's just that's what it played for. So and again, I know there's segments that get easily offended about stuff and like get in, and then there's stuff where it is too far, right? And so these people got to realize, like, there is your open season. And so
your open season, and he's a comedian.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
So like, you can't take it like that. You can't take it. Like,
it's like, again, I think it's not too far. Again, like I said, I find more funny just the length he went to. That's what I find more hilarious here.
Yeah,
it's not that the skit itself was funny to me, because it's like, well, I mean,
it was funny in the sense where it's like we all were kind of thinking some of the stuff. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's what makes it funny.
And that's great comedy right there. If you're capturing what everyone's kind of thinking and you can recreate it, then I think it was a slam dunk. I mean, it broke the internet. It got like, millions of views just on Twitter alone.
Right.
And so, it went viral instantly. Right. So people that's a part. So I think maybe this is what you're kind of getting to, is like, there is, MAGA's upset about it, right?
Yeah. Well,
MAGA's upset about it. And so, again, the whole white face, blackface thing, again, it's about execution. And I don't think, I think the way he executed it, I thought it was hilarious. if someone, I'm trying to just think of something.
He just looks so goofy with all.
It's insane. Like you can't take him that seriously. You see what I'm saying? It's like to be that upset. Like, do you see this dude?
He just looks crazy.
This big dude put all this makeup on, and like it's like it's all like some prosthetics at a certain point. But I'm trying to think of like, and this is the lack of me thinking of something beforehand. But like, what if like a white person put on blackface and reenacted Kanye West crashing out? I don't know if they would have nailed it. I probably think it would be funny. I don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just it's execution, and Drewski executed it. And I know, MAGA.
Can we say this maybe though? Maybe this is maybe this is part of the element that we're missing here. Because again, like I said, I'm not so sure. What I find funny is just his commitment to his image that he portrayed for this skit. But would it have been as funny or anything close to it if it wasn't this length? If it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it comes off as funny because,
well, we thought just my point of view is that we thought it was funny when Erica Kirk actually did it. And so he's spoofing that. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I took it. I was like, I remember when she started coming up with these entries, I was like, that's hilarious. Like, on Twitter. And I was like, okay, like, again, it was no, trying to, I hate Charlie Kirk. And, it wasn't like that.
Yeah.
It was just like, bro, like, okay, that's, he just got murdered. And like, you coming out like you're going to Royal Rumble. It's like, that was funny. Just her doing it.
Right.
And so with him spoofing it, that's just how I personally took it.
No, for sure. No, you're right. That's where I stand with that too. I guess in my mind, it just comes back to that title. You know what I'm saying? Because like, if you title it the conservative woman thing, is that really what your skit is? Or is it this, right? Like you're imitating pretty much the Erica Kirk press run after her husband got assassinated. You know what I mean? Like, that's really what the skit is, you know what I mean? And that's where it's like, that could be funny to a certain degree. Because again, part of me is kind of like, I'm trying to sympathize, right? To understand the halt or the backlash, right? If I'm going to try and understand it, right?
I mean, she's the face of conservative women right now, right? That's how I look at it.
Is she though? You know what I'm saying? Is she the face of conservative women? Because that's
TP USA is pretty major, right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. But then it's like, I don't know. I think about like, well, what about
who's another conservative woman, right? I mean, outside of Trump's wife, right?
Right, Melania, but she's not out there like that either.
But that wouldn't have been hot, right? If you almost imitate her, it's like, I think Eric, and again, he didn't have to do a woman, but it's like,
right. That's the thing. Like, yeah, like damn, dude, why'd you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like bro, crazy. Well, like,
so as far as if we're trying to look at it from the outrage side.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand it. Trying to see if there is room to
do. People are connecting like her interests because in real time, like I saw different groups, different sides, making fun of her interests in real time, right? Do people link that was like, okay, this is her grieving, and that's that trauma you're making fun of? I mean, okay, this is what I would say, because I don't want to dance around it too much, but it's like,
right.
If he would have done this skit and made fun of her, like when she was like over the casket of Charlie Kirk, then I think that would have been too far, right? Because a lot of people was actually making fun of that, and I was like, okay, but again, it's Twitter. People are gonna go too far about everything.
Yeah,
so I'm just like, okay, that's kind of tasteless, guys. Like, don't make fun of her crying over his dead body. But okay, like that's what if he would have did that, I think that would have been out of bounds. Yeah. But with these events where again, there's all this fireworks and stuff, like some crazy entrances, and
Oh no, they got us. They got us.
Look.
Okay, there you are. Now you're back.
I guess saying his name too much probably.
Yeah.
I forget.
They're on to us.
I forget YouTube is but no, my point though, just to wrap up what I was saying is, you know, if he would have made, you know, if he would have spoofed, because people thought it was kind of odd, her casket video where she's crying over his body.
Yeah.
And if he would have spoofed that, I think that would have been too far. Yeah. But the entrances and stuff, I think people was making fun of that like the past year, and I don't.
Yeah, like that's nothing. You're right. No, I get that. Trust me. That's why. Yeah, I personally, I don't really understand. I'm not really in agreement with the outrage. I guess I'm trying to see like, is there a point there to understand it be made? Everything I've seen, I'm kind of in agreement with you. Like, look, he's a comedian. She's a public figure. This is kind of open season in that regard.
Yeah.
Maybe the only argument maybe that I can give is the maybe too soon. Maybe, you know, like this was just a couple months that this happened, you know, with their husband. So like maybe don't have her be the target you chose to make fun of. Maybe that's a point I can understand.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's been at least 6 months. Like,
yeah,
and again, I'm not trying to put a time clock on it, but I'm just saying.
Right, because I'm like, well, still, we're talking about her husband.
I'm not so sure. I get it. Like,
I'm not so sure there's actually a valid amount of time.
It's not. I mean, my point is like, if you would have like literally came out with the next month, you know, I'm like, dang, like you didn't give her a chance to, you know, kind of, you know, bury him, you know, at this point. But so all I'm saying is just like it is like a different calendar year now. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I get you. You're right. I get that. I can see. We're already in 2026. So like it's a different year. I don't know. 6 months.
Now again, like obviously, you know, because there's a group that they really, you know, in a sense, idolized him, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that's where that comes from. And the only thing I can conflate this to, just me personally. Yeah. Is, you know, my favorite NBA player ever is Kobe Bryant, right? So after he passed, if someone would have spoofed somehow, you know what I'm saying, him 6 months after, I'm like, dang, like that's dirty. Like, what the fuck this dude? Like, you know, I would have been, you know what I mean? I would have been a little upset about because like you know, that's like your favorite, you know, and people really, you know, gravitated to Charlie, and you know what I mean? So it's like, I get that. I think that's where the anger is. I think it's that group that really, you know, held him in very high regard, and he spoke for them, and you know, and you're saying like the title of the videos is all conservative women. Well, no, so some conservatives, you know, some conservatives don't rock with MAGA. You know, that's a real thing. So it is kind of hard to pinpoint it like that, but the outrage, I think that's what it is. Is his hardcore fans on social media, I think those are the ones that were truly outraged. You know?
No, for sure. No, I agree. I mean, that I think is evident. And then, like I said, it's to me, I don't think it's too far. I would have preferred he'd not put all that makeup and all that and damn near sex change himself.
For him, yeah. I'm like, bro, like okay,
for him, right? Because it's just like, ooh.
Like, bro, you.
But again, at the same time, like, man, all right, bro, you're committed. And honestly, it's like, sometimes I look and I get a good laugh, and then sometimes I look like, oh my gosh, like
it's a little creepy at certain points. I'm like, bro, you committed a little bit too hard, like you a little bit too comfortable in this skin and its body movement. It's like, okay, that's kind of. Yeah. I wouldn't have done this. Like if I'm making fun of somebody, exactly. I wouldn't have went this far. But I mean, obviously, he shouldn't be. I mean, I'm tired of the whole cancel conversation. Like, no one should be canceled.
No, definitely not.
Comedy is comedy. I mean, I think Chappelle really, you know, he got away with that trans joke for years. You know, they've been trying to cancel him the whole time, and after a while, it's like, okay, we really can't cancel this dude. Like, it's comedy. Like, come on now. And he was actually friends with that. That's the thing with Chappelle. He takes his life experiences. So, when you get rich, it's like, what can you make fun of? It's like, no, he actually was friends with a trans girl. And unfortunately, I think she actually ended up taking her own life. But he was taking the jokes. He was taking his life experience, and she was actually in the front row of all those shows laughing.
Right.
At it's comedy. That's my point. It's like it's comedy with this, and it's like you gotta be able to laugh at yourselves. And if it's actually funny, if you can actually execute it. And I think Drewski, if I'm gonna say, the Drewski, was it not tasteful? He was funny. He was very physical comedy like. He's a funny dude, Some of his jokes ain't too funny, but that was funny.
It's who he is. Like anybody, you can't be surprised by. Like all his skits are this.
Yeah.
Right. Like he's characterizing something or someone in all his skits, and he's very, what's the word I'm looking for? Goofy. He's just goofy. Like he's a goofy comedian. Like that's his thing. He's goofy.
He commits, right? He commits.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like
full on. Yeah.
Everything he's done from the hell's this thing called?
He dressed it as like a almost like a trailer park white man before. He's done that whole skit.
Dude, those skits when he spits at the black guy.
Yeah. He just goes there with it, right?
He's that silly.
He fully commits with it.
And look, and again, people can look at that and be like, "Oh, that's a bad depiction of." It's like, well, it's comedy, but like, then let's be honest. If you know his work, let's take it to the other side where he's, kind of just making fun of like the other kind of culture, the stud culture, right? Did you ever see the Could Have Been Love?
Yeah.
You ever see that? Dude, stupid funny. You know what I'm saying?
He goes as far with it. And so
he goes far with these things. This is what he commits to. The Could Have Been Records. Like, come on, like even that concept. Like, what do you think he's making fun of? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so anyways, it's like I wasn't surprised by this.
People too sensitive.
Too sensitive. And again, this is where I say, like, all right, maybe optically, if you're concerned with overall, like, I guess reception, maybe not a good look, but it went viral. I think he did this. Look, I will say this: he was actually strategic about how he did this, even how he continues to talk about it. Right, like. He knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? Like, kudos to Drewski. This is what he does.
Yeah. No, it's at this point now, it's like quarterly, he's going to drop things like this and take over the internet, get more sponsorships and contracts. And like he has his lane secure. And I'm just going to say, I mean, it's a chop shop. I think next, he's probably got to do Jewish people next.
Yeah,
right? He probably has to.
Nothing's
he
off.
He probably has to. He got to go there with it. He has to just go all the way with it until he gets like assassinated from somebody. Because like, bro, he's not going to stop.
God forbid.
Yeah, we're not wishing this on him, but like I said, them Charlie Kirk fans, that was the only segment that was mad.
Yeah,
and they're pretty.
Yeah, as far as like fans are concerned.
Yeah,
but again, that's. There's some validity to this, right? And there's another thing we'll discuss that kind of touches on this is it a smart move to alienate your fan base? What could be your fan base if you don't even know it? You know what I mean? Because like, what if you do have conservative women?
Yeah, what if they were
find you funny, but now that you did this, they're like, oh, so this is what you think
turned off.
You know what I mean? Like,
well, and I think that's why you do. That's why you go to like that next group, and then.
You have to,
because that's his thing. Like if this was just out of nowhere, he never made fun of. He's made fun of white people before, with these things, and he's grown his platform. So it's his lane. So that's why I don't think it's too much alienation. Again, this kind of probably hit too close to home for recent fans of of that family. But I think that's all it is. I think if he turns around, and he makes fun of I think if I'm correct, I think MAGA's cool with Israel. So because I'm trying to think of like who he could do to kind of satisfy them next. Like maybe like do like one of these crazy Democratic politicians next or something like that, just to balance it. You know what I mean? And
yeah, like show the balance of your range.
Because that's again with comedy. That's what that's why I always bring up Chappelle, because it's like he will make fun of
master of it.
Everyone.
He knows how to,
at the same time. So I think Drewski like next, maybe balance it out. Do like I ain't trying to encourage this dude dressing up like women, but if he does like an AOC type of skit, then MAGA will love it. They will love him for that. You know what I mean? So I'm just just again, my marketing brain is like, okay, let's balance this out some. Like you kind of pissed off this entire fan base. Who don't they like? Then So
yeah. No, for sure. Speaking of controversies like this one, this is kind of in that lane.
I don't know what they expect anymore with the chop chop. I don't know what they expect.
So we're gonna go there, and but it's Netflix MVP fight card versus UFC Freedom 250 fight card, right? Because there's obviously, the backlash between, I guess, Ronda Rousey and Strickland, right? And the kind of, I guess you could say, back and forth they've had online, right? Have you had a chance to look at both fight cards?
Well, I definitely saw the Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, like that. That jumps out right immediately. With that, I don't know if I know enough about the UFC side of this. Is there a big name attached to that one?
So yeah, for the UFC fight card right now, as it stands, we got it's a Topuria versus Justin Gaethje. I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's the main event.
Okay.
Which I think that'll be a good fight. That's actually a pretty good fight. The one I'm more interested in is the co-main one, and that's the Alex Pereira versus
I did hear about that one. Yeah. So
you got that. You got the Shan O'Malley versus Ayman Zahabi. So that's going to be a good one, I think. It's a good fight card. It is a good fight card. So it's kind of funny that but I think this is marketing, right? I feel this was the marketing, although maybe at the same time Ronda Rousey might be serious. I don't know. It's kind of hard to see, you know what I'm saying? Because I know she's tight with Dana White, but she's been very vocal lately about how she feels about how UFC is being ran right now versus how it was when Dana White was actually running things.
It feels like an exhibition, right? Anything on Netflix, I'm gonna be quite honest, after they did this whole Jake Paul thing a couple times, though he did get knocked out. He broke his face, which everyone cheered. And he broke his face, but so I am feeling like this is an exhibition. But I'm there for it, though. I think Netflix, they want events and engagement. You bring in Gina Carano like in the ring. It's like, yeah, I'm going to see. I'm more drawn to that. And I think now these fights like it's they're not the same like week or nothing, right? They're just kind of.
No, they're not the same. Okay. They're not the same week. I think they're pretty much just going back and forth, bragging about who looks better than the other. You know what I mean? Because this one is gonna happen. Let me see when the Netflix
rocking the Netflix gear. Hey, I told you, I'm like, I am good with Netflix entertainment. I prefer them not to own a theatrical company. So I'm getting what I want. I'm getting the events, and they're staying in their lane. So shout out to Raven. he's one of the people on the that watches the Saturday stream.
Right.
He hate on Netflix a little bit, but no. If I'm picking between these, I know more about the Netflix card than UFC. And I'm gonna be honest, like I didn't really get into. I know UFC's on Paramount Plus now, so I do have that, but I haven't really got into like their recent things right now. This Netflix this jumps out again. It's the names. Oh,
100%.
With that,
100%. You got Ronda. I mean, look, his reality is like Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano itself was the was the grab, right? Like it's that's been in the zeitgeist of discussion for a long time now. So when it became manifested, it's like, all right, we're watching that. Again, this obviously this ties into earlier where I said Netflix is still making big moves, right?
Yeah,
especially with MVP, right? The most valuable promotions, with Jake Paul and I forget the other guy's name, but from even the boxing fights they put together, like they're not the greatest, but some of them actually have been good, right? Like the Amanda Serrano one versus the Polish chick. I think she's Polish. I forget her name though. That was a good fight card, and actually even the one with Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua, right?
I watched that live.
I watched that one live,
and it was better than the Tyson joke that they did with Jake
exactly.
Paul. But I think what Netflix is doing, what they did with that fight, I feel, is that they were just like, let's make it an exhibition the first couple rounds, and then it was like it's all bets off after that, and then Joshua destroyed Jake Paul. At that point, they was like, okay, now just all bets are off. So if they allow them, make it a show again, I get it's entertainment. It's entertainment. Right. I get it. If you want them to kind of dance around a little bit, Rousey, Corona, and then after like round 3 or 4, be like, yo, best chick wins,
Yeah.
And I'm with it.
Who do you have a favorite in that fight or a prediction?
Like honestly, like I remember like when Rousey got rocked years ago and it kind of exposed her. So I think Gina is gonna ultimately win. I'm going with Carano in this, and that's the thing. It's like you want to see how this ends, right? Because of the names. So it's like, but yeah, I'm going with Gina. I think she's going to kind of overpower her, to be quite honest with you.
That's where I'm standing with it too. I believe that too. Again, Rousey's loss is a lot closer than Carano's loss to Cyborg however many years ago that was. And you're talking about a Gina Carano that technically wasn't even fully developed in the same style of training and stuff that we have that the sport demands now, in which she is now participating in. And you see her, bro. She's
always stayed like in great looking shape, and it's like I just think Rousey don't have hands. Like the way she lost, I was like, okay, you don't have hands, you don't have the sight, you don't have anything, like, so you're gonna get grappled up like in this fight.
Right. I mean, Rousey's really gonna have to try and get Carano down early on, I believe, to try and dominate that fight. Because like you said, she's really not a great striker. At least that's what we've seen, obviously, in her last couple of fights.
Yeah.
And then the way she got rocked, dude, I'm just like, go ahead.
I do like that angle, like you mentioned, like to her, she kind of has this anti-UFC type thing she's bringing to Netflix, right? So that's going to bring more views right there too. Right. That's why I think they're going to make it more of like an exhibition at first with it. So like I said, I do like that angle, but yeah, if they're actually going to let them, grapple up, I think Gina Carano easily.
Right. No, for sure. And then as far as like the again the other fights too, like Nate Diaz and Mike Perry, you know what I'm saying? Like that in itself is like it's going to be a good fight. They're both essentially strikers. You know what I mean? Obviously Diaz being a southpaw boxer, that's
he's pretty popular
here.
Yeah.
But they're both strikers. But the thing, I think Nate Diaz has a slight edge because he's also a grappler. You know what I'm saying? If he gets Mike Perry, dude, I think it's over for Perry. The Ngannou versus Lins one, I'm giving it to Ngannou. I mean,
I don't know enough about him.
Diaz versus Perry, probably my favorite fight out of these people, to be honest. Yeah, no, again, it's one of my favorites too. I like all of them. I like all the three main events.
That's gonna be a show. That's gonna be. That's what I'm saying. I think it really overshadows the UFC card. It's like as far as name recognition,
right?
If they're going to match up the viewership after Paramount Plus, Netflix, so I think Netflix is going to do killer numbers for their match.
No, for sure, and they're doing their fight card is an aggressive fight card, right? You're talking about they're aiming for an 11 fights fight card for that event.
Oh,
that's unheard of. That's
11 fights.
Right? 11 fights for that fight card. That's what they're aiming for.
So this is gonna start like early evening.
And they're making it like exactly almost like an all-day event, all evening event, So I think
gotta watch it.
Yeah, I think it's worth the watch. I think it's gonna be good. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing: like they don't fall on the same day, anyways. So it's kind of it doesn't really matter, I guess, which fight card is better than the other. But I will say, I think the Netflix does take the cake.
Yeah, I think Netflix got this.
As far as comparison goes, if they were airing on the same day, I think Netflix would take it. I think, or at least, I think this is what would happen. I think there would be like back and forth jumping, but like the majority of the viewers staying on the Netflix side of things.
Yeah, if it was matched up,
compared to the UFC one, where at best people would like maybe tune into the Pereira Gain fight, the O'Malley and Zahabi fight, and I'm not even sure I think people would see the Carano and Rousey fight over the Topiera versus Gates fight, to be honest.
No, I believe so. If you're talking about like casual audiences, just again, it's name recognition. Like how many people, how many people really know Topuria? You know what I'm saying? Like really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ronda Rousey, right. Pop culture knows her, you know what I mean?
Right,
so
exactly.
I give her that credit, So just name recognition, I think over all this entire UFC card,
right? I
think Netflix got it.
No, I agree, and I agree with you also, Raven. It does have me for Brawler.
Brawler, yeah. That's gonna be crazy.
That's gonna be nuts, bro.
Big screen, UFC film. Come on, man.
Hell yeah. Paramount might take work off for this. Yeah, no, for sure.
For which one, Raven? You talking about the UFC? You talking about UFC?
Oh, actually, yeah. Which one exactly? That's right. Yeah. Which one are we talking about? Are we talking about Netflix?
Because he was talking about no, you're talking about Netflix. Yeah, you're talking about Diaz and Perry. So yeah, that's the Netflix side. So
right.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be an event, man. Again, I like Netflix. They're getting more into like live events. Type of thing, and that's a good lane for them. Talking about UFC. Okay, got you.
But yeah, no, Netflix is they're making moves, man. Again, they're making moves. Like we said earlier, they're not making the moves in the areas we would want them to, as far as like cinematically and all that stuff, theatrically and things of that nature. Franchises and stuff, but they're making moves regardless that are they're making money moves. That's what it is.
I mean, when they got the NFL game last season, I was like, okay, Netflix they're serious about this sports and live entertainment. And like we mentioned the Jake Paul, Joshua. That was a nice event. And then they had this dude crawling up the highest tower. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? That's like that's where the Rebel Moon money went. You want to watch this,
right?
But it's like they're about events, and again that's their lane. And cards like this, like the Rousey, Carano, they're doing it big. Netflix doing it big.
No, they definitely are. They definitely are. I mean, and we're also even with the boxing stuff, right? Like I know they got the Tyson Fury versus Makhmadov fight coming right in this month, so that's going to be I think that's going to be a good watch.
Mm-hmm.
And I think another big one that they got coming up is the Floyd Mayweather versus Manny Pacquiao. Come September 19, 2026. So
I'm doubting. Like, is Pacquiao really?
Oh, dude, no.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
No, Pacquiao's still in it, bro.
Okay.
Man, dude. If there's anyone I'm concerned for in that fight, it's actually Mayweather. Pacquiao's still fighting.
Okay.
He's still fighting.
Hey.
He hasn't taken a break, or well, he did, but you know what I'm saying, he's been fighting. As
ain't he like running a country now? Like,
right. Honestly, I was kind of thrown off when I saw that he was back to fighting. You know, so I was like, wait, I thought he was like the president of the Philippines or something.
That's what I thought he was like running the entire. I don't know, it's like ignorance on my part, but no, I mean, because no, Floyd, you know, has he really had a real fight? I mean, wasn't when him and Pacquiao first fought, wasn't like Pacquiao, he was like injured already, like there was something.
It
was something with that.
Like there was like an injury he was already like having a, like he was still like fucking fighting through.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, bro. I'm one of the guys that think he got robbed of that fight, to be honest with you.
It was a decision, right?
I don't think Mayweather, well, personally, I think the numbers were off at the end. I don't the numbers they say Mayweather landed didn't even add up to me. And then like the numbers that they took away from Pacquiao didn't add up to me as far as like landed power punches and things of that nature. It just didn't add up to me. And
I mean, I'll be honest, like it was a little anticlimactic, like because they should have fought like 3-4 years earlier than when they really fought. That was one thing. And then when they actually fought, like I said, Pacquiao wasn't 100%. I was like, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But it was almost like they wasn't going to move the date, so he had to shoot up and, you know, and fight. So it just didn't feel right. That entire. So with them coming now, it's like, I mean, if Pacquiao's still out there like that, then because I don't think Floyd really has it anymore. I don't think he had a real fight for years.
He hasn't had a real fight in a long time. So for him to fight,
like even the fights he had,
he's about to, isn't he going to fight Mike Tyson still too though?
That's right. That's the exhibition. That's what I was thinking of when you said that. Yeah. There's a So it's like, I get it, Mike. Like, you know, get your checks. You know, I get it, but I'm kind of over Mike Tyson exhibition. You know, that's someone really better get hit in that fight. But then it's like, okay, is this Pacquiao fight real? Then, like, come on, I don't.
Well, this for me feels more real than the Mike Tyson.
Paul. No,
I only say that because again, Pacquiao's actually fighting still. Like he's fighting champions in that weight division that he's in now. You know what I mean? Like, or even contenders for the championship. You know what I'm saying? So like for the belt. So Pacquiao's still there, dude.
And there's real beef there too. I think he really, you know, wants to knock out Floyd. So I'm just like, I'm just surprised. I'm leaning more saying this though, is that I'm just surprised Floyd is doing this. That's why I don't think it's real.
Yeah, the surprise for me is more from the Mayweather angle.
Yeah.
But then maybe that goes to that, 50, maybe keeping it up, maybe he said the truth. Well, maybe he said the truth, Mayweather lost that money.
No. I'm sure he's doing it for the check, obviously. I mean, he's doing this for the checks, you know what I mean? Sure, got these lifestyles, but I just still feel it's a little exhibition, probably for a couple rounds. But I don't think Pacquiao would agree for an exhibition. I think it's going to be a straight up fight. And I mean, if he's really fighting, then Floyd's in trouble.
They got a date and everything from what I saw. Like I said, it's gonna the fight's in September.
Floyd's lifestyle. You get that much money, you used to a lifestyle, so you need those checks. That's like Hugh Jackman and Wolverine. Like he got comfortable, and he's like, okay, let me go and get this 10 million. You know what I'm saying? Like let me get the claws back on and eat no carbs for a year and do my thing. So I get it. You gotta get your money.
You got it. And that's obviously what this is. It's like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing to it. Now, as far as fights are concerned, the one fight that I'm for sure, just another fight I'm interested in seeing, and I'm just gonna promote it right quick, is the Zayas versus Boots fights. We don't have to discuss this one because are you familiar with these fighters or no?
Not too much, no.
No, okay. So these two guys are coming. So Zayas just had a victory. He's like the youngest Puerto Rican undisputed boxing champion as of right now, record wise. Boots also just won his belt. I think this is gonna make. I don't know if he just won his belt. I think he just won his belt, but This is a good fight. So what it was is Boots was supposed to fight this other guy. I forget his name. It's eluding me right now. But because of that, Zayas took his shot and said, "Hey, I'm willing to fight you. You know what I'm saying? Let's make it happen." And they both agreed to it, so they both signed. Definitely a fight I'm looking forward to. It's supposed to happen in the Barclays Center. They already have a date for it. It's on June 27th. The titles that are at stake is Zayas Unified WBA and WBO Junior Middleweight belt, and for Ennis,
middleweight
holds the interim WBA belt, 154 after moving up from welterweight. It's going to be a DAZN pay-per-view in the US and UK. Ennis is undefeated right now. They're both undefeated. Ennis got more fights under his belt, 35-0. Zayas 23-0. But yeah, that's I think going to be a good fight to watch. They both have good styles. I think it's going to be interesting to see. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay.
But
I hope they market that a bit, just because you're saying he's kind of like an up and coming fighter,
Yeah.
The Puerto Rican guy, right?
he is, very fresh into the game. Not
yeah.
fresh, but fresh enough, like you said. Young and up and coming fighter.
Yeah, hopefully they market, kind of get his face out there and kind of promote it a little bit,
Right.
Because like with boxing, with straight up boxing, it's like, I mean, what have we had the last several years? I guess just Bud Crawford. That's like the only name.
Like as far as like big names
events.
that have stuck out was probably that. The last big fight was probably that Crawford Canelo fight. As far as like everybody knowing, right? Like these guys, because it's not to say that there aren't other fighters or other fights that have happened that are of note or noteworthy. Again, from whatchamacallit, the guy's name's eluding me. This guy that just fought. Shakur. I forget his full name. Steven Singh Shakur. That guy's a great fighter. His fight with Tiafomo, that was a good fight card, and that fight itself was good. The Shakur and Tialomo fight. So I mean, again, there's other fights that have occurred and great fighters right now. But yeah, as far as like of note, definitely the biggest one was that Canelo and Crawford fight. Supposedly there was talks about Crawford coming back, but I'm like, dude, the guy said he's not coming back.
He kind of committed kind of. Well, I mean, that's that argument. Does everyone has a price? Like I said, Floyd's back, right? So I think give him a couple years. He's like, okay, I can take another $20 million check. Come on back. You know what I'm saying, or even more. He's probably close to
right. No,
15
for sure.
or something.
Now, I seen you comment on this, so I know you have something to say about this. This is another controversy.
It's a chop shop.
Another controversy happening. But let's get into this one. Chicago full of bull.
Oh well, yeah. I should have been expecting this one. Okay. Interesting. Jaden Ivey.
Yes.
Oh man.
So look, there's the legal aspect to this.
Right.
Which that's clear cut. Like, look, they're a private enterprise.
They could do whatever they want. Yeah.
They can do whatever they want, right? So it's not an issue of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Now, does it suck?
Yeah.
That a person can get, I guess, let go of or whatever due to this, due to whatever you feel you want to say? Of course. I will say there's more to it though than meets the eye.
I believe so. Yeah.
Because obviously, like, the guy was already like dealing with his knee situation. He was no longer playing, at least in the moment of whatever's happening with his knee. And then the way they word this scenario or situation, it's like, it's a bit dishonest
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like,
so they're saying is conduct detrimental to the team, right?
Right.
That's what they deem it.
That's what they deemed it.
You know, per contract, that's how they can release anyone.
Right.
That's just like, you know, if you're at your job and your boss just doesn't like you say, oh, insubordination. It's like, bro, like I didn't do that. He's like, oh, that's I can just fire you at will, you know?
Right.
So it's like, it's unfortunate, right? Because there are angles to this. I think my initial reaction, because I kind of had, once I kind of absorbed more of the story, not that my stance changed, but I'm just kind of like, so okay, so just my initial reaction, you hear, okay, he's let go because he criticized the NBA celebrating Pride Month, right? So it's the whole, you know, homosexual thing, and I'm of the opinion people live how you want to live. I'm actually not going to like chase you down and tell you how you should live. That's just I just don't right like that, right? So for him. And again, this is me without seeing his video yet. You just hear like, oh, he was critical of them celebrating Pride Month. I'm just like, okay, that's kind of a weak reason to get your career done in. Then you see the video, and I feel that's when I was like, okay, this is a business. I was like, okay, you got your freedom of speech, of course, but you can't really go that hard like that. Like you can't really be like, man, what this is Pride Month? What the fuck? Like, you know? And he's like, they unrighteous. I was like, okay. I was like, okay. From, you know, there's people, and this could be an uncomfortable conversation for some people, but it's like, if you're going strictly just off biblical things and lifestyles and stuff, that's a conversation for that.
Right.
There's a conversation for that. Again, but you know, I say that, and then by accepting the Bible, I accept there's only one judge, right?
Right.
So that's where I stop. You know, was saying like, oh, you know, I that stops me from going around just condemning people every day. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you're living by that, and that's, I think that's the mistake. And he's still, I think, a younger dude.
Yeah.
I think then there's another layer too. I think there's something going on in his life as well for him to be going this hard all of a sudden. We ain't even heard of this dude.
Yeah. You
know, he was just with the Pistons. He got traded,
right?
You know, for some reason. And he was actually getting minutes with the Pistons. And it was a good team. And they got rid of him. So it's something there, right? Did he snap? You're hearing stories about his wife kind of not, you know, there may be something there where she's not really trying to rock with him anymore before this. So I think it's a combination of things. But if we're just treating just the so-called offense, yeah, you can't just go out there and make a social media video saying, "Oh, gay people are unrighteous," and then think the NBA with their sponsors and everything, because you know they get that money from different, you know, demographics, but there's a lot of left-leaning money they get. You're messing with their money.
Yeah, no, for sure. On a business aspect, it is what it is. Like, what you think was going to happen. Now, I will say, I didn't watch the full video. If there is a bigger video out there, like a more longer form of it, but there's a clip I came across. To me personally, I think I'll put it like this. I still don't actually agree with how things played out, right? Even on the business aspect of things, because there's two things that I'm looking at here. One is obviously like his beliefs are what they are, right? Like that you can't change that. Like I'll even say it here, like my faith does say what he said, period. Right? You now being the person of the subject, the person that was being talked about. Let's just be honest about what you do in your life, right?
Right.
Does any of that? Do you guys care that you're righteous or unrighteous? Like, is that even a factor?
All right, that's not our place. You see what I'm saying? That's not our place to determine that, right?
Well, in the sense of like, what I mean by that is like, okay, for instance, as a Christian, and I'll just stick to Christians. Let's just because I can actually about what I'm about to say. I can actually say about most religions, you know. But I'm just going to stick to Christianity for now. Part of the Christian faith is to live a certain lifestyle so that you could be a representative of the righteousness of Christ, right? Or you know, whatever. That is like your lifestyle, right?
Right.
Now, if you are LGBTQ, is there a dogma or said book, whatever, that says your lifestyle is to live a life of right? Like, you can say, like, it doesn't connect. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, it shouldn't. It's what's it to you is my whole point. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Now, unless you're maybe, I guess, if you consider yourself a gay Christian or something, maybe then I could see there being an issue. You know what I mean? But I don't want to pretend like that's the overall LGBTQ community. The way they framed this whole idea is my whole point.
Right.
It's about how they framed it, right?
Yeah.
Again, it goes back to like what you're saying the thing is, right? Like, even like my issue with the Drewski thing was the title. Like, bro, like that might be an issue because you're kind of conflating something. Same thing here is like there was this conflation made about what he said, right? Like, when initially, then I also feel there's a disingenuous about the subject matter he's touching on, right? Because to say that what he was saying was that LGBTQ are just unrighteous and that was the point he was making, like, no, that wasn't the point he made. The point he was making is you have an industry that's promoting a lifestyle over other lifestyles, and we're all just okay with it. Since
and
when
you're saying something with kids and stuff, yeah,
you know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is if we truly live in a world, you know what I'm saying? This is, and I'm not saying that this is exactly what he was saying, but I feel like this highlights a part of what he was trying to say, right? And what it's worth discussion is here we are. You guys have pride nights for your organizations. I don't see you guys having faith nights. I don't see you guys having gospel nights.
Right.
I don't see you guys having, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is there this like special preference to this? But to his point, not that there's a preference, but it's a promotion.
Yeah.
So you guys are promoting and elevating a certain lifestyle while not promoting any other lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? So I just feel like there is a conversation to be had there that I think he was trying to highlight. I'm not so sure he properly.
His word choice wasn't.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just didn't convey that, I think, properly due to the word choices. Because I think he went more harder into the
unrighteous.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean?
Because like his message, because recently it was a NBA, they were doing like something to celebrate Magic City night, like in Atlanta. And another player was like, why are we highlighting Magic City? Like, you know, it's supposed to be like a family friendly thing. Like, you know, people know Magic City, you know, strippers, you know, Atlanta, very famous ones out there. But exactly. And it was like, why are we attaching the NBA highlighting, and they canceled the promotions for it. And he, you know, because
they had to place a petition for it though. That's you know, there was movement.
And so you know, so I think with Ivy, I don't know if that influenced him at all, but he was just like, why are we highlighting Pride Night and putting this in front of children? And if he would have just stopped there with it, if he'd have been like, why are we, you know, like, do we really need to do this? Then he went to like, that's an unrighteous life. I think that's what got him cut. It's like literally just, again, judging and condemning the lifestyle.
Well, so here's the question though. So is it judging or condemning, or is he just stating what he knows to be true according to his faith? You get what I'm saying? Like,
I think both could be true right there though. Right?
Well, no. So maybe from the outside, sure. Maybe. But even that,
I mean, that's a tenet to his belief. I get that, right? I get that, right? And as far as again the teachings, if people really read what's there, we're just gonna be clear, right? It does condemn that lifestyle. Mm-hmm. It does, right? That's not me saying that. I'm saying that now you have a whole group that's like, okay, do we really need to listen to the Bible? That's your conversation. That's what you want to have over there. But if I'm accepting what's written, yes, that's true what he's saying. It does condemn among several lifestyles, like and I'm not going to get too far into that, but because it kind of puts it next to some crazy stuff, it's it is what it is. I mean, that's what's written, right? And people could choose to live by it. People could choose not to. You can easily choose whatever you want to do here. Him just stating this is a tenet of my belief. He shouldn't be fired for that. But if this is messing with the NBA bag, then he's going to get fired for that. That's
true.
Really,
I guess the way I see it, just two things. I just feel like you guys preemptively made a decision without really knowing what the blowback was going to be. One,
true. Allegedly, right? We don't know. Maybe they got phone calls.
Yeah, it may be. But even then, it's like an example that comes to my mind is something like, what was it? What's that movie that came out? Oh man, I can't think right now. Anyways, who cares? I guess but back to my main point is I just feel like unrighteous. You're offended by that? Like, are we gonna pretend like there was something offended? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like you were called a punk ass bitch or something. You know what I mean? It's not like
righteous is pretty hardcore. That's pretty.
But to who is my whole point? Like, so you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like who outside of religion uses these terms. So that's what I'm trying to say. Who's out there saying Zack Snyder was unrighteous because he had Superman kill Zod? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not verbiage to pretend like, oh, how dare you say I'm unrighteous? You know what I'm saying? Like,
so if we play this out, he does that video, and he states what he states.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there would have been no blowback from any angle?
I honestly don't think there would have been any. I don't think there would have been major blowback. I think you're always gonna have even the Drewski situation, right? Mm-hmm. You're always gonna have a very vocal minority that wants to
just outrage.
This affects everything. Nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really cares. You know what I'm saying? Like, he called me unrighteous. Like, I don't know. Sorry, I don't think anybody was. Especially if you're from that lifestyle, I don't think you care. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't care.
No, right. If we're
and I'm speaking. Look, I'm gonna tell you how I know this. Mm-hmm. Look, I got friends, family that are in that.
Right, and it's
their last concern is how anybody from the church views them.
Right,
care. They know their life, like they live. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've chosen their life and they're happy, and that's all they care about. And as long as love is. As long as we love each other, like that's all they care about. You know what I'm saying? Like anything else, like they don't care what the church would view them as or what the way they say it. They'll say like, I don't care what the Bible says. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't care. They just don't care.
But people just live their life. Exactly. That's
you know what I'm saying. So like this idea that there was really going to be like this uproar.
I mean, could there have been like possible like protests, like? Like people could have been like, "Oh, again, I'm not."
We'll never know though, sadly, because
I'm just saying, like, would that have worked? Like, if people were like, "Oh, we're gonna boycott the game because of this," who's his name again? Like he's saying,
That's the whole point. Like, what are they boycotting? The guy was on the bench anyway. That's all I'm trying to say. So, nothing really justifies the, other than just preemptively. Being concerned for what might happen without really seeing what would have happened.
Right,
and that's why I'm like, I just feel like there's more to you guys choosing this than why you chose to do it.
Maybe they was looking for a reason to get rid of this dude. Maybe
that's what I'm thinking, because I'm just like, this isn't it.
That's a clause in the contract. He's cut,
And according to him, though, it's kind of hard to even wonder what it could be because according to him, not that I've seen, you know what, I should have dug deeper to see if there's anybody of his teammates saying anything. But
suppose I did see something. I didn't check this through enough, but there supposedly was like some complaints that he was like getting preachy with his teammates behind closed doors, and maybe it was like a locker room thing where he was just annoying people lately. And again, that's where I go back to, okay, like there's a deeper thing. Is there something going on at home personally for him where he's just leaning so hard into this, you know, because he's feeling like, oh, he like capped at Steph Curry for no reason, like on one of his videos.
He did cap at Steph Curry, dude.
I'm like, you all right, dude? Now, what I don't like though, because again, I still feel he could have said what he wanted to say without saying, "Oh, they're unrighteous." Yeah,
there's a more.
That's just where I'm at with that, right?
I hear what you're saying.
I think again there's a conversation there where, you know, he could have just stated what he wanted to say and just kind of keep it moving. I think it would have blew over. I just think all this would have blew over.
True. I mean, yeah, true. But at the same time, I guess the reason I'm kind of glad it happened the way it did is because it is illuminating, you know, like, and not that we haven't already seen how this plays out, right? It just definitely is interesting to see where people are standing with certain things, right? Because it's if it was the other way around, it just begs the question, does this happen? Right? Which again, we'll never know because they don't care to promote faith. They don't care to promote, you know, gospel nights or something like that or whatever nights, you know. But if it did, it just begs the question, and it was the other way around, right? Like, what would happen here? You know what I mean? And would it be as accepted? And you kind of can guess that it wouldn't be, right? Because you kind of already have people, you know, there's already that issue with, let's just say, even the 10 Commandments issue with being in schools, right? People have this idea. So this is why I say the conversation here really is an interesting one of what I think he's really trying to expose or illuminate, and that's that why is there a certain lifestyle that's being promulgated and promoted and forced at you over every other lifestyle that exists out there? And it's because we're talking about being inclusive and accepting of everyone, but it seems like we're only accepting one narrative here. You know what I'm saying? Or one, you know what I'm saying? I thought that was really what he was trying to put out there. And I do find it interesting because it seems like it's true, right? Like that it would be true, in my opinion, the way I see it, you know? Where it's like, well, yeah, it's not like we're including every kind of lifestyle out there for us to pretend like this is about inclusiveness or accepting of everybody type scenario.
Or more like, okay, they're promoting this lifestyle, and he's like, you know, I don't like that lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And is that wrong?
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, exactly. And that's what, and actually, there you go. That was almost forgot what I was going to get at with this. This is kind of like when you're looking at those players that refuse to wear the jerseys that have the pride flag because it's against their their lifestyle,
their beliefs,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Their belief system. Same thing. Do you just get rid of them? Like, no, you don't.
Yeah.
Like, well, they have the freedom to make their choices. Again, I still do feel personally that I think what he said was hyper scrutinized. I will say that I believe that simply because, again, never in my life have I seen anybody from family or friends care that they were called unrighteous. You know what I mean? Like it's not an offensive word. It doesn't correlate because it has nothing to do with them. You get what I'm saying? It's the equivalent of, I'm trying to find like an equivalent here. It's like,
it's funny because I have an example like immediately, and I'm like, how was that situation treated? But it was in the NFL not too long ago. It was some years ago, but it was with the Philadelphia Eagles. Riley Cooper, wide receiver, white guy. He was caught on video saying the N-word, right? Calling the black person the N-word. And the team rallied around him. It was just like, oh, he's going to get some counseling, and that was it. He continued to be in the league. Right. After that, he wasn't cut, and I'm just like you said, of all groups, it's almost like you really can't offend two groups. We talked about the. We know what two we're talking about when I say that, right? So and there's a big J group that you can't, you just can't, right? But you just can't. Almost as offensive or as a death dealing is, the LGBTQ just having any opinion. It seems like it just gets you canceled, right? And so that is, again, that's another conversation there where it's like you can't even, like, you can do racial slurs and still get paid, but you can't offend alternative lifestyles or,
right,
the big bad, group that controls everything, I guess, that people say. It's like, that is a weird dynamic, right? That is kind of a weird thing. And it's just like, okay, did they really go too hard on him? Again, I'm of the opinion he could have said everything he wanted to say, and
he could have,
but I think when he just said, "Oh, that's unright," I just for me, I thought that was a trigger word for anyone to be like, "Oh man, like he's saying, off with their heads." That's how it sounded to them.
Yeah, but see, I think the reason you can think that is because you are of the faith, right? So you know what that word implies. You know what it means.
Right. I mean, it's just a condemnable thing, right?
You know what I'm saying? But anybody outside of this,
right.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
I get what you're saying, because they don't care. Yeah, they wouldn't care what.
You know what I mean? Like they wouldn't even. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like calling an atheist that. What the hell do they care? They don't even believe in it. That's my whole point. Like,
you're godless.
This
like,
word of righteous is an offense to everybody. It just seems like
that's a fair point right there. Because again, I'm coming from my scope on it, and I'm just like, okay, you condemn someone like that. It's like that means something to me. That means something to me, but I can't force everyone else to feel it. So I mean, was it? So what would have happened in there? Like if he said what he said, it pretty much goes viral when he says this. Are we talking about people protesting him? You think it would have got that far? Like
I don't think
at the
so,
stadium?
bro. I just think it would have opened up the discussion like that we're already having without the consequences. Because
would he have been a distraction? That what I'm saying? Would he have been a distraction still on the team?
No. Again, who is he to the main roster? You get what I'm saying? Like, and the guys that are actually playing. You feel me? Like, he's not even playing right now. Now, it's not to say that he wasn't playing. He was playing, and he was actually doing pretty good. So I heard what his knee, but
he has game. Yeah, I've seen him play with the Pistons several times. Like, would they have been constant boos towards him?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I don't think so, bro. Like, nobody. That's what I'm saying,
dude. Who he is, right?
I don't think nobody cares, bro. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like it was so funny because I'm like, nobody. Here's the thing. Nobody cares for the Chicago Bulls, period.
Yeah, I don't think no one's watching them, really.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just keep that a buck. Like, nobody's watching them thinking we got a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only people still going to the games are people who got nothing else better to do.
The season tickets
are so cheap right now, bro. Like,
oh, really?
That's how desperate they are.
That's pretty.
You know what I mean? So it's that's what I mean. It's like
I think because of social media, I think like if he would have been with the team, it would have been the journalists. They would have made it a point to ask his teammates every game. Like they would have tried to make him trot him out and apologize or something. But the way he's rocking, like he would have been like he's going to deny apologizing. But it's just like someone had the example. I think Ant Edwards. He said, like, I guess they said it was a slur. Everything's a slur to people nowadays. But he said something. It was either him or someone, but like he immediately apologized or something. Uh-huh. It was just kind of like a thing where he kind of said something like kind of like off kilter, and then he apologized. And they just kept it moving. I just think with Ivy, I think it would have been like the people that knew who he was, they would have booed a little bit, I guess. I don't know. It just, it was pretty fast reactionary, just striking down on them like that, though. That was pretty quick.
Yeah, I think just how quick it happened. One is for sure, like the first thing, like, all right, hold on. That was just, you guys didn't even wait to see if there was going to be kind of any blowback. Or at the very least, see if there is, like you said, course correction, right? See if there is a way to remedy the situation, you know, if there's a way of at least allowing it to come back from it. Again, that's even if it would, bro. I'm just so convinced it really wasn't that big of a deal, dog. Because I'm just like, again, bro. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, like, you're from Chicago, bro, right? So you know how, like, Boys Town, you know what I'm saying? Wrigley, like that whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole community out here, dog.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm there, you know what I'm saying? I've been there hanging out. We all bar hop there, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if you're straight, that's where you go because it's a good hang.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about
good prices on drinks.
And they got good prices on drinks.
That's a secret that people don't realize. Like, you don't gotta be, in the lifestyle. Like, hey, it's a good price.
Yeah, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, nobody cares, dude.
Just watch your back a little bit. That's all.
Nobody's right. But yeah, man, I don't know. I just feel like it would have been fine. I'm convinced.
It would have been. You're right, though. I think if they would have just haven't been so again, I think a part of this is like they just wanted to get rid of this dude. But
that's what it's looking like to me.
If they weren't so reactionary and just let it play out, and then if that community really cared, because again, we're talking about. It's like a point where if someone you don't even care about their opinion and they say something offensive, like, okay, I like best example for me, like if there's like literally white supremacists and they don't like black people, I don't care what they have to say. Right? It's like, I know you're racist, so I really don't care. And so if that community was like, okay, this is a Bible thumping dude, I don't care what he has to say. I think they've just been like, who cares?
I honestly think that's what the view was going to be, to be honest. Again, I just don't think they were. And here's the other angle to this. Think about this, though. Again, coming from somebody who has gay friends, some gay family.
I got family members, yeah.
How many of them actually watch basketball? You know what I'm saying? Like, so this, again, the concern was just weird. To make it seem like it was about the numbers, the profitability, you're playing yourself. It just it comes off more of virtue signaling than it was detrimental to the team. That's what that was. I got a virtue signal. We got a virtue signal, whether it was the Bulls alone who made that decision or whether the pressure came even from the NBA because this is the where we stand, solidarity with this standpoint, whatever. Because again,
virtue signal,
signal. Because I'm like, there's no way you're going to convince me that this is going to be detrimental to the team. To pretend like, oh man, this is going to hit our pockets.
See, that's part of it too. Is like to title it that. Oh, it's conduct detrimental to the team. It's like, what? Like that's not detrimental to the team. Just because he had an opinion like of his faith. It's like, that's a little too far.
A little too far. A little too far. You're taking a little too far. And yeah, I'm just not buying it. And that's why this segment was called Chicago Full of Bull.
That's wild.
All right, last thing. So, and I'm gonna let you get out of here and we'll wrap this up. But since we're in the conversation of sports, basketball, are you watching March Madness? Do you have any teams that you're picking out of this?
Well, for that UConn Duke game was crazy, right?
Dude,
this past weekend, that was insane. I think who did they play? Arizona? Who did they play? Oh, no, Illinois. They played UConn, Illinois. You got Michigan, Arizona. Now, the championship game is actually Arizona, Michigan right now. Those are the two best teams if you're talking about NBA like talent. Like they both have like about 3 NBA ready players, like top 20, like for the draft, right? So that's going to be the game to watch.
Right.
Michigan, Arizona, UConn got lucky. I'm just come on. If you saw the game,
let's keep that a buck.
They got like, but they have a great program. They got that championship medal, right? And that came, that championship heart of the program came out that second half. So all props to them. It would have been nice to see Duke because they have an NBA ready, got like a top 3 player. Right. So it would have been nice to see Duke in the finals, but it is what it is. But I think UConn will still beat Illinois. Yeah. And then the winner of Michigan, Arizona, I think will be the eventual champion. I lean towards Michigan because I grew up liking the Fab Five with Michigan. So I lean towards them a little bit. And I like, I've kind of followed the football program and stuff too. So my pick is Michigan, but it really is literally just whoever wins Arizona, Michigan. I think they're going to be close matchups. Either both have like good length. Both again have NBA ready dudes. So you're going to see the best game of the year. I really believe that Michigan, Arizona, and then whoever wins, they'll win the championship.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of standing the same thing. Except I think Illini might upset UConn. I think that's where I stand. But that could just be my bias. That could just be my bias.
They got some balls. But the funny thing with college, like literally, that's how I kind of rate teams. It's like who has the pros. But but like I said, program is a thing. Like I say again, UConn won a championship a couple years ago, last 2 years or whatever. They won 1 or 2. So props to them. And again, that was just crazy, ballsy comeback. So that could carry over, right, to the Final Four and championship. But I'm not going to just discount your Illini guys that easily. But no, I just think I thought Duke was the top team and they got upset. But Michigan, Arizona, like I just think both teams are too stacked, and I think they're going to beat each other up really good. And then the winner is going to be like we got the best talent on the floor. So
no, I agree. I don't know who I would choose over that Michigan, Arizona. It's kind of hard to decide. I mean, they were both number 1 seed for a reason. They got deep. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's going to be tough. But you're right. I think whoever comes out of that, they're winning it all. It's going to be a line night. UConn's obviously they got the bigger players. But I think there's a strategy there for Illini to come out on top as well.
I didn't watch them enough, so I don't. And again, I don't know if I even looked at their potential draftees, but I don't know. Are they like a pace team or the Illini or what?
No, they're very explosive for sure. I would say that they got that modern offense with 5-out spacing. The Keaton Wagler kid, he's the freshman on their team that's really great at scoring. And their defense it's really good. They got a pretty good defense too. So I think if they play the right game around Wigler, I think they got a shot. Or Wagler.
Low key, like my like dark horse, they got beat by Duke, but St. John's was balling most of this tournament, locking teams down, and like Duke barely beat them. But that was going to be like my Cinderella. They weren't really. It's like a 5 seed, but it's like they full press. And the reason why I know because Coach Pitino, he used to be here in Louisville when they won the championship, and that's how he played. He locked down, he pressed the entire full court and kind of disrupt the teams. And so I hated they got upset, but it was Duke. I mean, they ain't upset, but yeah, I didn't watch Illini like I think at all this year. So,
no, honestly, it's funny because like I wasn't watching them until they got put on my radar when they were like, "Yo, Illini is actually playing good." Because it's been a while since Illini has even been, in this spot. So we're like, all right. So it was kind of like, all right, well. And then, but yeah, somebody put them back on my radar, and I'm like, all right, let me see these guys right quick. And no, yeah, dude, they're I would say they got good versatility on offense. Definitely, again, I think they have a good defense. I mean, you're talking about they kept both Iowa and Houston 40% down, from where they were at. Yeah, I think they got a shot. The problem is, again, they don't have as big players as UConn does to protect the rim and get rebounds and stuff. So that'll be what hurts them for sure. If they can't find a way to, like, I guess, dominate another way.
I'm not going to totally rule them out, only because, like I said, I think UConn just lucky right now with what happened in the game, because Duke was obviously the better team.
They really were.
So it's a shot. It's a shot.
I ain't gonna lie, it was still kind of crazy to see how they came back. It was quite the spectacle. I can't pretend like I wasn't like, yo, UConn.
That last play was
came
nuts.
back and won this. It's insane.
Dude shot from like 30 feet. Like it's like insane. Like embarrassing to lose like that, man. It's like, especially with you.
The reality is they shouldn't even have been able to come back like that either.
That's the thing with Duke. Like, you obviously was a better team, and you just let your foot off the gas, man. It's tournament time. You got to put these teams away.
You got to put them away.
I mean, a lot of brackets, they had Duke, in the finals, and like I had Duke versus Michigan, which would have been a low key replay of a championship from 30 years ago.
Right.
It would have been kind of funny to see that again, but they ruined it. So, like I said, I mean, hey, Illinois has a shot, though. I'm going to give them that. I don't think they would match up well with Michigan if it ends up being Michigan, Illinois. I think Michigan would stomp them, to be quite honest with you. But hey, they're in the Final Four, so let's see what they got,
No, yeah, for sure. Well, you heard it here, guys. We had a pretty good lengthy conversation there. I had to, it's funny because, like, I really wasn't trying to discuss all these things. These are subjects I was supposed to touch on days that I just failed to go live. And I'm just like, there's so much to catch up on, and I'm not trying to, like, postpone any of these conversations.
Right.
Like, you know what? It's just time to have them. But bro, I'm glad you were able to hop on and join me for this. I know that it looks like every Saturday you got this. You're going live on every Saturday now?
Yeah, so we got the weekly show every Saturday at noon Eastern Standard Time, and most of the time have the homie Jules. She's a cultist. She doesn't want to admit she's a cultist, but she's a cultist. and really the thrust of the show is, after the Paramount deal was announced, we're just kind of like having it on the radar every week. The latest news with that leading up to it closing, so and obviously any Snyderverse related stuff, we talk about it there. And just, the latest news stuff as well too. Like we talked about Mario and Spider-Man and stuff like that. So, but it just, we title it the weekly show, and, it's a Paramount theme, Saudis, DC, Snyderverse show. And, we just kind of, it's kind of a celebratory mood, because we thought Netflix was going to get it.
Right.
And once it flipped, I was just like, hey, let's just kind of stamp this home every week. And also too, the one thing I'm doing lately is there's some misconceptions out there, people kind of pushing different narratives. And
I was just going to ask you that, right? Because I'm like, it's just, so just to clarify, this is celebratory Saturday, is not clapback Saturday.
It's not clapback Saturday. It's just
because the way things are looking right now, it just seems like,
So again, sometimes I have to address, so if people out there, they kind of spread stuff about the deal and, different information, I get asked stuff like too many times. And so I'm like, okay, I got to kind of address this. And I could just do it on the show real quick. And then, like, the past week, like, it was this Netflix narrative. Like, they already lost. Netflix already lost. And it was like this Netflix narrative that, they was going to restore the Snyderverse. So I was like, I had to, sometimes I get emails, people ask about stuff. And I'm just like, okay, let me just address this. Like, if I heard anything, if I didn't. Right. It kind of came across a little, And I'll probably upset it, probably hurt some feelings out there, but there's certain narratives of like I can't allow. I just can't allow.
No, yeah, rightfully so. Rightfully so. Yeah, because I obviously tuned in for a bit for that the last one, and I'm like, yo, this is nuts. And then to even see the blowback that followed, I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, why are we doing this?
I'm gonna be honest, like I didn't notice too much. I heard like someone I guess tweeted something, and I really was like, oh, okay. And I just kind of went on with my day. Like I really didn't. I'll be honest. I really don't know like what people know, if it was something important, I probably would have heard about whatever you're talking about. I'm being honest, bro. Like I think Peely hit me up about something. I saw some people going at Peely.
Yeah.
And I brought it up on that show, and I guess something happened after that, and I kind of briefly was like, "Oh, that's funny," we kind of chatted briefly, and then I just I was like, "Okay, let me go." Go to the store. I'm being honest. Like I don't know what blowback. Like if it was big enough, I think I would have heard about it. Or
no, it wasn't big enough. I say just it's the casual. It's the casual. Trying to do the tit for tat type situation.
Okay.
Like,
and that's cool. I mean,
hypercritical stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what it was. It was like a hypercritical thing, and I'm like, what?
Okay.
At least what I saw. Like, it's not like I'm everywhere. I'm not even on like that to even know everything.
It probably wasn't big enough on the radar, in that case. But it's not. It's no personal, and that's what I said in the stream. It's not me targeting someone specifically. It is some ideals out there that's kind of conflicting, with what I'm doing on the Saturday show. So I was like, I got to kind of, make this clear that that's BS, and kind of push it to the side. And, if maybe some individuals will take it personally, but no one's challenged anything I've said. I know that. I would have heard about that. No one's.
Yeah, no, I don't. Well, the only thing that I saw was somebody was trying to like. So how and I think this is why they did it. So you know how you touched on the AI poster?
Okay.
They brought up this other like, well, why don't they talk about this? And I'm like, well,
talk about what?
It's like it's like Zack Snyder's Justice League poster that was used.
Yeah. Well, I brought that all up together. Yeah. So
it was like, it's like, well, what do you mean?
Justice.
So I'm like, I was like, what do we? It was like, but like I said, it was a different poster from the one we were looking at. But I jumped in late. I jumped in late to your stream, so I don't know. I could be wrong here, but it was like they posted that. I guess it's like it's the Superman in the black suit, the black suit. Superman, and then suppose it was like a Netflix promo as well. I can't say I saw that originally, but that's what they said.
That's great.
Yeah, so I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, that doesn't change. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that doesn't change anything. Like, that doesn't change the fact that they did use the Justice League.
Like, that's the whole point.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't change like that. So like, the problem is if the idea, in my mind, I'm like, if the idea is we didn't like the fact that AT&T played games with us when it came to the whole release of the Snyder Cut, right, and all that stuff. Why are we going to entertain it with Netflix? Why are we pretend? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, or just ultimately, like maybe neither of those posters mean anything, and that was kind of my point. I was like, if we're saying it matters to use a Justice League image, ZSJL image, does it matter to use a Justice image as well, or maybe just both didn't matter? Right. And that's why I said the AI thing, because I really do believe if you use a ZSJL image and then you put Justice right under it, that had to be AI. Okay, like that just had to be to group that together like that, because I hope it wasn't intentional, right? And so, but that was the point, was just they were leaning really hard on just this one image. I'm like, well, this image right under it. So,
is there like a? Do you think there's like a? And not that I think there is personally, but I just wonder, because you say that, and I'm just curious enough, because there was like this. I don't know if you've seen it yet on your timeline, but like I came across this promo for like a dark side bus head that like lights up and stuff from the movie. But when they promote it, they don't use the Zack Snyder Justice League logo. They just use this logo that looks like the Justice League logo. Is there something there, maybe?
I don't think so personally, right? I think that was like was that like a McFarlane's toy thing, or what was that?
Well, see, that's the thing. The other thing is like it really wasn't. So that's why I'm also wondering, like, could you guys not use, like, you know what I'm saying? It was like it's like a whole other company that's making
it's like a third party type thing. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of rights issues and image, and as far as promoting with certain things, but I think with Netflix, I mean, I don't think that would have played a factor at all. If you're buying, you're supposedly buying this, so you should be able to use, again, the Black Suit Superman. I don't remember even seeing that on the poster at all, but
that was the other thing. They didn't they also promote the new Superman too?
Yeah.
So it's like,
and that was my first point when it first came up. When I was being a little nicer a couple weeks ago, I was like, we can't read too much into Justice League, because you got James Gunn Superman right here, and they were so I'm like, I think they're just taking all the popular things and just going with that. That's not them committing,
they're not really necessarily committing to anything. They're just
and really with Netflix, that was a safer option for James Gunn, though. Like, I mean,
it really was.
They knew nothing about. We know Netflix knows nothing about film, so as far as theatrical, so that would have been safer for James Gunn and everyone. So I just, I didn't totally buy into Netflix. Someone was promised Netflix would restore the Snyderverse. I wasn't bought into it. Never heard anything about it. It's okay if people, and that's the thing with my stream, it wasn't saying people can't think that. I just think it's incorrect. That's all. I think it's an incorrect thing, but it really wasn't like a personal shot at someone in particular. Again, I mean, I don't mind if people want to make it personal. That's we could bring up everything, but it's like, I'm just like, this idea is what I was really against. A collective type thing. So
no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, again, it's just weird to see. I don't know. It's just like I said the last time we discussed this. It's like, what are we doing here? Why are we holding on to this? Like, why does it matter so much? You know what I mean? Like,
it got annoying. Like I said, the first week or two, I was like, again, you have people heavily campaigning for Netflix. I get it. I know how it feels to be fully behind something and 180s on you. So I get that. I mean, it's funny. It's funny to see them crumble like that. But it's like that first week or two, I was like, I'm not even going to punch down at this. I was like, I know they're upset. You spent years campaigning for something. You thought you had it. And then just it explodes in your face like that. I was like, I'm not going to make this like a point of my show to make fun of it. But it was just that narrative kept lingering, with mixing with some of my viewers. So I was like, okay. I was like, let me just address this for once and for all, so we'll know. Like, no Netflix allowed. It's just but it is what it is, man. Right now, like I said, waiting for this deal to close.
The
obvious Saudi connections, Zack Snyder teasing. So that's
just too obvious.
Saturdays is exciting for that. It is a more celebratory thing. I think it's good. People are getting, it's clear we're behind, restore the Snyderverse. Like that's more of a collective type of, call for it now. Because we were kind of splintered for a couple of years, so so yeah, I'm getting really good feedback from people just liking the energy of the show. It's just we're just kind of getting back to like hoping something can happen here. So yeah.
Right. No, for sure. And that's like the only lives you got going on, or any other episodes you want to promote? Or
yeah. Right now, the way my schedule works, Saturday will be the live, but I still do some uploads on. I got my short form channel, the Still Up Do a Geek channel. So definitely, I just put the video up today talking about Kevin Smith saying, "Hey, they should restore the Snyderverse." So we had a lot of fun with that, and people was talking about that, and so I'm still gonna have like uploads during the week. I still do put stuff on my Patreon. A lot of my rumors, like I'll be hearing some out of the wall, off the wall stuff sometimes, and so we do like all Marvel, DC, whatever over there. So yeah, I just during the week I kind of do uploads on all across the platforms, and then but Saturday is a live show. And YouTube members Mondays, I do a morning show touching with like the outcome of the box office, if it's something notable, any weekend news that carries over. So Saturday live, public, Monday members is my live shows. So.
Okay, guys. Well, you heard it here. Again, hashtag restore the Snyderverse.
That's where it's at.
It's where it's at. Period. Sil, bro, I appreciate you hopping on with me, bro, having this discussion, chopping it up as always. So let's do what we do.
Appreciate it, man. Everyone have a good weekend if you celebrate.
No, for sure. No, for sure. So anybody who, for all those that hopped on and watched with us, I appreciate you guys. Those who participated in the comment section, thank you guys. Again, make sure to like, subscribe, follow, share, retweet, wherever you're watching from, wherever you're listening. Don't keep it to yourself. Share this great content, share this great substance of conversations we're having. And again, whether you agreed or disagreed with us, let us know in the comment section. This is what the Chop Shop is about, for us to have these very nuanced, complex, controversial conversations and be okay. Again, be okay with it. We don't have to agree. Agree to disagree.
I haven't been canceled yet. We've been hitting on some controversial stuff. I haven't been canceled yet, so I guess we're good.
That being said, guys, again, appreciate y'all. Much love. God bless. Peace out. We're out.
From Chicago to Boston, Midwest to the East Coast, and this island in the Caribbean known as Puerto Rico is why the bars are lethal. Got me going beast mode in this game called life. You better know some cheat codes. Il Davino's back, someone let the streets know. 6 shots for the folks and 5 shots for my peoples. I think it's high time we all have a sit down. Can we all agree the game is gone to shit now? Like the fall of Rome, the death of Romulus, history repeating itself if you know it's obvious. If you had your head inside of a book instead of binoculars, you'd be able to see without a pair of binoculars. Our tax dollars being spent towards the damn omnibus, but the rich stay rich, commoners remain commoners. The tentacles and everything like a damn octopus. Mass media, mass hysteria, how they control the populace. Cash rules everything around me, and on every dollar bill it's printed in God we trust. Yeah, everyone